parece, tanto buscarse sin encontrarse. Me encierran los muros de todas partes. Barcelona, te estás equivocando. No puedes seguir inventando que el mundo sea otra cosa y volar como mariposa. Barcelona, hace un calor que me deja fría por dentro, con este vicio de vivir mintiendo. Qué bonito sería tu mar si supiera yo nadar. Barcelona, mi mente está llena de cara de gente extranjera, conocida, desconocida. He vuelto a ser transparente, no existo más. Barcelona, siendo esposa de tus ruidos, tu laberinto extrovertido. No he encontrado la razón, porque me duele el corazón, porque es tan fuerte que solo podré vivirte en la distancia y escribirte una canción. Te quiero, Barcelona. Ella tiene poder. 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 Barcelona es poderosa. Ella tiene poder. Barcelona es poderosa.
Dear delegates,
dear liberal friends,
this is
the first ever eCongress of our political family, and hopefully it's the last, because I'm pretty sure that, like me, several of you would prefer to actually meet
in real life.
We'd like to take a couple of minutes of your time right now to explain you a little bit how we organize this Congress.
There are two ways of participating
to this Congress.
First, there's the more closed sessions, council meetings, voting sessions, etc. And for that, where there is interaction, we will use the system of Zoom. Now, all delegates will get the relevant Zoom links to attend those meetings. And then for all the more public parts that are open to the press, open to guests, we will stream it on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Now, going back to the Zoom meetings, for all of you that are delegates, we will ask you to connect on time to those meetings, and to make sure by renaming yourself using the three little dots next to your name to make sure you put your party, first name and last name. Also, please make sure that at all times. And if you would like to take the floor, please use the chat function. We have somebody there stand by during the whole session so that they can actually answer your questions and also communicate with the chair who gets the floor. That is for the online Zoom attendance. If you are voting delegates, you should have received on Thursday, 10th of June by about 8 o'clock an email from Alde Party at onetechmail.be that should include a set of codes. Now with that set of codes, you can log into www.votingonline.eu. I advise you to already log in before the council or Congress. Personally, I'd suggest you use a handheld device, which means that you can follow the Congress on your screen and vote with your handheld device. Obviously, it works also from a desktop. Now about proxy voting. If you carry a proxy as a council delegate or for votes in Congress, you don't have to do anything. All your votes will be counted twice if you carry a proxy. That is not the case for Bureau elections, because there we allow for you to split your votes. So for Bureau elections, if you carry a proxy, you can vote two times. Now the secretariat is there for you. So if you have an issue, just contact us at events@aldeparty.eu or use the chat function on Zoom. We're there for you. Thank you very much.
treat me like you do when you let your hands upon me and told me who you are. I thought I was mistaken. I thought I heard your words. Tell me, how do I feel? Tell me now, how do I feel? Those who came before me lived through the vocations from the past until completion. They will turn away no more. And I still find it so hard to say what I need to say. But I'm quite sure that you'll tell me just how I should feel today. I see a ship in the harbor. I shall obey. But if it wasn't for your misfortunes, I'd be a heavenly person today. And I thought I was mistaken. I thought I heard you speak. Tell me, how do I feel? Tell me now, how do I feel? I thought I told you to leave me while I walk down to the beach. Tell me, how does it feel when your heart grows cold? When your heart grows cold? When your heart grows cold?
I must have died and gone to heaven, 'cause it was 11:15 on a Saturday in 1999. Right across from where I'm standing, on that dance floor she was landing. It was clear that she was from another time. Like some baby Barbarella, with the stars as her umbrella. She asked me if I'd like to magnetize. Do I have to go start trekking? 'Cause it's you I should be checking. So she laser beam me with her cosmic eyes. Oh, now she's just a cosmic girl. Oh, yeah. From another galaxy. My heart's in zero gravity. She's from a cosmic world. Putting me in ecstasy. Transmitting on my frequency. She's cosmic. I'm scanning all my radars. Well, she said she's from a quasar, 40,000 million light years away. It's a distant solar system. Try to phone, but they don't list them. So I asked her for a number all the same. She said, step in my transporter so I can teleport you all around my heavenly body.
Dear delegates,
dear liberal friends,
this is the first ever eCongress of our political family, and hopefully it's the last. Because I'm pretty sure that, like me, several of you would prefer to actually meet in real life. We'd like to take a couple of minutes of your time right now to explain to you a little bit how we organize this Congress. There are two ways of participating to this Congress. First, there's the more closed sessions, council meetings, voting sessions, etc. And for that, where there is interaction, we will use the system of Zoom. Now, all delegates will the relevant Zoom links to attend those meetings. And then for all the more public parts that are open to the press, open to guests, we will stream it on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Now, going back to the Zoom meetings, for all of you that are delegates, we will ask you to connect on time to those meetings and to make sure by renaming yourself using the three little dots next to your name to make sure you put your party, first name and last name. Also, please make sure that at all times. And if you would like to take the floor, please use the chat function. We have somebody there stand by during the whole session so that they can actually answer your questions and also communicate with the chair who gets the floor. That is for the online Zoom attendance. If you are voting delegates, you should have received Thursday 10th of June by about 8 o'clock an email from Alde Party at onetechmail.be that should include a set of codes. Now with that set of codes, you can log into www.votingonline.edu. I advise you to already log in before the council or Congress. Personally, I'd suggest to use a handheld device, which means that you can follow the Congress on your screen and vote with your handheld device. Obviously, it works also from a desktop. Now about proxy voting. If you carry a proxy as a council delegate or for votes in Congress, you don't have to do anything. All your votes will be counted twice if you carry a proxy. That is not the case for Bureau elections because there we allow for you to split your votes. So for Bureau elections, if you carry a proxy, you can vote two times. Now the Secretariat is there for you. So if you have an issue, contact us at events at aldeparty.eu or use the chat function on Zoom. We're there for you. Thank you very much. Dear delegates, dear liberal friends, this is the first ever eCongress of our political family, and hopefully it's the last, because I'm pretty sure that, like me, several of you would prefer to actually meet in real life. We'd like to take a couple of minutes of your time right now to explain you a little bit how we organize this Congress. There are two ways of participating to this Congress. First, there's the more closed sessions, council meetings, voting sessions, etc. And for that, where there is interaction, we will use the system of Zoom. Now, all delegates will gotten the relevant Zoom links to attend those meetings. And then, for all the more public parts that are open to the press, open to guests, we will stream it on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Now, going back to the Zoom meetings, for all of you that are delegates, we will ask you to connect on time to those meetings And to make sure, by renaming yourself using the 3 little dots next to your name, to make sure you put your party, first name and last name. Also, please make sure that at all times, and if you would like to take the floor, please use the chat function. We have somebody there stand by during the whole session so that they can actually answer your questions and also communicate with the chair who gets the floor. That is for the online Zoom attendance. If you are a voting delegate, you should have received on Thursday, 10th of June, by about 8 o'clock, an email from Alde Party at onetechmail.be that should include a set of codes. Now, with that set of codes, you can log in to www.votingonline.eu. I advise you to already log in before the Council or Congress. Personally, I'd suggest you use a handheld device, which means that you can follow the Congress on your screen and vote with your handheld device, but obviously it works also from a desktop. Now, about proxy voting. If you carry a proxy as a council delegate or for votes in Congress, you don't have to do anything. All your votes will be counted twice if you carry a proxy. That is not the case for bureau elections, because there we allow for you to split your votes. So for bureau elections, if you carry a proxy, you can vote 2 times. Now, the secretariat is there for you. So if you have an issue, just contact us at events@aldeparty.eu or use the chat function on Zoom. We're there for you. Thank you very much.
49 fucking years old.
Dear delegates, dear Liberal friends, this is the first ever eCongress of our political family, and hopefully it's the last, because I'm pretty sure that, like me, several of you would prefer to actually meet in real life. We'd like to take a couple of minutes of your time right now to explain you a little bit how we organized this Congress. There are two ways of participating to this Congress. First, there's the more closed sessions, council meetings, voting sessions, etc. And for that, where there is interaction, we will use the system of Zoom. Now, all delegates will gotten the relevant Zoom links to attend those meetings. And then, for all the more public parts that are open to the press, open to guests, we will stream it on our YouTube and Facebook channels. Now, going back to the Zoom meetings, for all of you that are delegates, we will ask you to connect on time to those meetings and to make sure, by renaming yourself using the three little dots next to your name, to make sure you put your party, first name and last name. Also, please make sure that at all times, and if you would like to take the floor, please use the chat function. We have somebody there stand by during the whole session so that they can actually answer your questions and also communicate with the chair who gets the floor. That is for the online Zoom attendance. If you are a voting delegate, you should have received on Thursday, 10th of June, by about 8 o'clock, an email from Alde Party at onetechmail.be that should include a set of codes. Now, with that set of codes, you can log in to www.votingonline.eu. I advise you to already log in before the Council or Congress. Personally, I'd suggest you use a handheld device, which means that you can follow the Congress on your screen and vote with your handheld device, but obviously it works also from a desktop. Now, about proxy voting. If you carry a proxy as a council delegate or for votes in Congress, you don't have to do anything. All your votes will be counted twice if you carry a proxy. That is not the case for bureau elections, because there we allow for you to split your votes. So for bureau elections, if you carry a proxy, you can vote 2 times. Now, the secretariat is there for you. So if you have an issue, just contact us at events@aldeparty.eu or use the chat function on Zoom. We're there for you. Thank you very much.
Dear Liberal friends, welcome to the Alde Party eCongress 2021. It's a great shame that we are not able to meet in person again this year, but we hope that soon we can. These congresses are always great events, and before we begin the program, we would like to first thank the Secretary General Jakob Ramosa Rasmussen and his team at the Alde Party Secretariat for their hard work to organize this Congress in these challenging circumstances. Colleagues, we sadly have to start this Congress by paying homage to our great friend and president, Hans van Baalen, who passed away in April. He was just 6 years old and is survived by his wife, Ineke, and son, Robert. He served his country and global liberalism through a long and very distinguished political career. He will be sorely missed. Dear Liberal friends, welcome to the Alde Party eCongress 2021. It's a great shame that we are not able to meet in person again this year, but we hope that soon we can. These congresses are always great events, and before we begin the program, we would like to first thank the Secretary General, Jakob Ramosa Rasmussen, and his team at the Alde Party Secretariat for their hard work to organize this Congress in these challenging circumstances. Colleagues, we sadly have to start this Congress by paying homage to our great friend and president, Hans van Baalen, who passed away in April. He was just 6 years old and is survived by his wife, Ineke, and son, Robert. He served his country in global liberalism through a long and very distinguished political career. He will be sorely missed. Hans was a committed and passionate liberal, and above all, he was a trusted friend. He always had time for everyone to listen to their perspectives and priorities, no matter the time of day. As a member of the European Parliament, as president of Liberal International, as president of Alde Party, he always sought to bring liberals together. He knew we are stronger together and weaker apart. As we all know, he always said, liberals must unite. Today, we do it in his memory. I therefore call for the greeting from the leader of our group in the European Parliament, Dacian Cioloș, followed by a welcome message of our Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Margrethe Vestager.
Dear friends, like you all, I feel very strange and sad that we opened this Congress without our dear friend Hans. As we just saw in the wonderful tribute, Hans was dedicated to making our liberal family stronger and was tireless in working for our common values. He shaped what we are today. I will be forever grateful to his openness and his dedication to our Renew family. On this day especially, Hans is in our hearts and our minds. So much has changed since the last time I spoke to you in Athens. Our world has come to a standstill because of COVID-19, and it has affected each and every one of us in every aspect of our lives. We are finally seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, but we have suffered a lot collectively and individually. We owe a huge debt of gratitude to our health workers and our scientists, the strong and brave men and women in our agricultural sector, the tireless workers in our supermarket, pharmacies, and in our volunteers. They helped us through our darkest days. Renew Europe has remained determined to find ways that we can, closely together on a European level, overcome the challenge of this health crisis and indeed other crises we face. Our Commissioner Thierry Breton has played a vital role in improving the EU's vaccine rollout plan, and our Commissioner Didier Reynders has delivered on a digital COVID-19 certificate. We have also ensured that there is a European approach to the economic recovery from the pandemic through a decent-sized common investment package that focuses on climate and digital economic growth, but also on the future of young generations. These are tangible examples of how our political family can deliver concrete results for our union and for our citizens. But I believe another crisis which will also test our resolve is all on our doorstep, a democracy crisis. Illiberal democracies are fostering and growing within the borders of our very own union. Despots and tyrants are threatening our way of life and our values. And you know, the Renew family remain more determined than ever to fight to protect our citizens' fundamental rights and improve the life of our fellow Europeans. Last year, we fought for and delivered on a rule of law mechanism that will, for the first time in the history, protect European Union funds for those who act against those values on our Union. We have also achieved important results in making our financial union more democratic by successfully pushing for the introduction of new own resources in order to be able to finance the Recovery and Resilience Fund. On migration, we launched a position paper on behalf of the group that will bridge the enormous division between the Council and the Parliament and across the political divide in the European Parliament and tackle the migration crisis with a pragmatic, strict, fair and human European approach. But we still have a long way to go and much still remains to be done in order to have finally an agreement at European level on this very sensitive file. Just a few weeks ago, Renew played a vital role in finalizing an EU climate law, and we are working hard to see that same ambitions is replicated in the Commission plans for this summer. And we are also working closely with our Executive Vice President, Margrethe Vestager, to ensure that the EU leads in finding a balance between exploiting the opportunities of artificial intelligence technology can offer while also saving and safeguarding EU values. Renew is at the forefront of creating an optimal legal framework for both the digital market and digital services. The conference on the future of Europe is another Renew Europe's vision come to life. And our own Guy Verhofstadt will steer this project, which will fundamentally improve our union's effectiveness and relevance, badly needed to tackle future economic, migration, health, climate and democracy challenges. And you know that this was one of the objectives from the beginning of this mandate, to deliver on this conference, and we are on the path to do that now. The Renew family is fully engaged to renew our union, and it gives me a great pleasure that our Alde Party family are side by side with us in this fight, and we are waiting for your contribution to this project. Dear liberal friends, together with our friends in Alde Party, Renew Europe will continue to make a positive difference to the lives of our citizens through our values, determinations and hard work. Our strength is in our unity. Thank you for your continued cooperation, dedication, and in the words of our dear friend Hans, in the end, all us liberals, whatever name we call ourselves, we will fight, and fight not for ourselves, but for our citizens.
Dear Liberal friends, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you in such a message. It's another year where we cannot be together because of the virus. I can assure you that I miss you. I miss seeing you in person, taking selfies with young liberals, discussing over lunch with liberal leaders from all over Europe. I even miss the lobbyists attending our Congress, because you all give some color and personality to Congress hotels that often lack that color and personality. So hopefully next year, I'll see you all again. We'll meet in person. It's a profound loss for all of us that Hans van Baalen is not with us anymore. We all miss Hans deeply at this year's Congress and for the many next Alde events. Hans has given so much to our Liberal family, and we owe him to continue his work. And that is what you're doing by now attending this year's online Congress. Our Liberal family has a lot to be proud of. We have achieved so much in Europe since we last met in Athens in October 2019. Less than 6 months later, the pandemic turned the world upside down. Europe responded, if not immediately, then quickly and step by step. The member states were, of course, in the front line. In the European part of our democracy, we coordinated, drew up recommendations and guidelines on health, transport, border control, the internal market and trade, and support for businesses. We helped bringing European citizens home when the pandemic first hit. We organized public procurement for personal protective equipment and medical devices. When member states closed borders, we created green lanes so that trucks carrying goods could cross borders quickly. We activated the general escape clause of the Stability and Growth Pact to help the economy. We adopted a temporary framework to allow member states to give more state aid. We secured that essential goods could cross European borders that, all of a sudden, were closed. We supported the development of vaccines and later secured the rollout of millions of vaccines to Europeans and beyond our European continent. We presented Next Generation Europe Fund and a new long-term European budget. And 3 weeks ago, we agreed on the European Digital COVID Certificate. This will allow Europeans to start travelling again, a process that only took a couple of months compared to the usual couple of years. At the same time, we stood up for our core liberal values. In the European Commission, we have tabled stacks of initiatives to improve Europeans' daily lives. With our concrete proposals, we are fighting for the rule of law, for equality and opportunities for all of us, for free and open markets, both in the real and the digital economy, to ensure that the markets can help us recover from the crisis and thrive in the future, for climate action to secure our planet. And we fight against disinformation, against suppression of free speech, discrimination, closure of borders and attack on our free markets. Because one thing is for sure, we must not rebuild the world as we knew it before. We must renew, build better and stronger. Hopefully next year we'll meet in person again, so we can continue our debates about how we can best support and develop the free and social liberal Europe we believe in. I wish you all an excellent eCongress. Take good care of yourself, of each other, until we meet again.
Dear friends, we now need to address the delicate matter of the President election and the party leadership for the immediate future. the Alde Party Bureau would like to make a proposal to you, which we hope you can all support. We too feel it is too soon to elect a new president during this Congress, but we also need to ensure that the Alde Party has a leadership in place to continue the important work of Hans, whom we all miss. We have heard the wishes raised by a number of member parties, and we agree with them. This is why the Bureau is making a proposal to postpone the election of the President
I'm the only in European Parliament for the moment.
Right. Together with the security guards, huh?
You can run naked in the corridors. Nobody will see you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for
certainly clear the
being with us. Yes, happy to welcome you as a guest speaker today, Guy. I know that we're going to discuss this for a long time in the group. We have a special caucus where Alde Party will play an important role in consulting the process, in some cases guiding the process. We had an event with WIMEC and young people, young liberals across Europe. This is going to be a big exercise because it's backed by the three institutions. And I'm sure that the delegates will have a lot of questions regarding the substance, but also there are a lot of technicalities when it comes to the conference. It was a challenging exercise. I know that from my already 7 years experience in European Parliament. But it's not my show, huh? It's your time. So I would like to give you directly the floor and please address the audience. What is at stake? What is status quo? What are the next steps? And probably the most important question will come sometime. Are we going to change the treaties? Are we going to stay with the same treaties? Because you always said that this Europe is for 20th century, not for 21st century. How are we going to make this Europe more efficient if you want to shape the tendencies in 21st century? Please, Guy.
Yeah, thank you, Ilyan. So maybe the best what I can do is before going to more technicalities, first of all to explain why this conference of the future of Europe is absolutely necessary, and why our political family has requested it for years now, and we are very pleased that finally it will happen. We think that the conference on the future of Europe is absolutely necessary because every time when there is a crisis, you see that there is action by Europe, but that we are in many cases far too weak, too late in our reaction. That was the case, for example, after the financial crisis, when it has taken years and years and years to emerge from that crisis, while the Americans were capable to react immediately, cleaning up the banks, investing in their economy, quantitative easing. There was a massive reaction by the Americans after the financial crisis, and in Europe we saw the opposite. It took years before we could have a small investment program, the so-called Juncker plan. We see that also with the migration crisis. Migration crisis is an ongoing crisis where Europe is not capable to find the way out, to manage it. Nevertheless, it's already since 1999 that migration became a so-called European policy, but we were never really capable, neither today, to have an agreement and to find a common way to manage migration in Europe. The same is happening with Brexit. When a big member state like the UK is leaving the European Union, it's difficult to say that everything goes well in the Union. On the contrary, it's a sign that things are not going well. And then we have the ongoing COVID crisis, where we have seen, certainly in the beginning, and that there was a lack of European actions, simply because health is not a competence of the European Union. And finally, our problems in our neighborhood, in our foreign policy, when we want to react to what is happening to Navalny, when we want to react to Lukashenko, when we want to react to the limitation of the democracy, the end of democracy in Hong Kong. When we want to react even more generally to international conflicts, like the conflict between Palestinians and Israel, we are not capable to do that most of the time, because there is no agreement, no unanimity between the 27 member states and ministers of foreign affairs to do something. So the conclusion of all this is that the European Union is not fit for the 21st century, that we need to make a number of reforms, undertake a number of reforms. And that's the reason why this conference on the future of Europe is organized, also because we think that instead of making it an exercise top to the bottom, we need the opposite. We need an exercise where, first of all, European citizens have the possibility to give their recommendations, their wishes, their opinions on the future of Europe, and we, as representatives of European democracy, in national parliaments, in the European Parliament, in the Commission, in the Council, have to react to that, have to respond to that with vision, with proposals, with ideas for reforms. So it will be a unique process, because for the first time, as you indicated, Tilian, it will be an exercise undertaken by the three institutions, Council, Commission, Parliament. That was never the case. Take, for example, the convention a few, now more or less 2 decades ago, when we started it, was a pure initiative of the European Council and not of the three institutions. This time it are the three institutions who are doing it. And the second novelty, naturally, is the involvement of citizens. That will happen in two different ways. The first is the possibility of every individual citizen to participate to the so-called interconnective multilingual digital platform. So every citizen can open an account on that platform and inform himself about the conference, participate to the debates that are running on the platform, and even organize activities that are put on the platform. So in total now there are nearly 1,000 events and activities scheduled on that platform that are held in the four corners of Europe. That's one way. So the individual citizen can participate in debates, in activities, organize activities on that platform. And the outcome of that platform will be the basis for another important involvement of the citizens, that are the organization of 4 big citizens panels. We will organize after the summer break and in the beginning of next year. And every citizens panel will be constituted of 200 randomly chosen citizens, so in total 800. With an overrepresentation of young people between 16 and 25. They will represent 1/3 of these citizens. And they will discuss the outcome of the platform, what has been discussed on the platform, to formulate recommendations, proposals, suggestions to the conference, the plenary of the conference, that will hold his first meeting on the 19th of June in Strasbourg. And this plenary is a plenary that will be constituted of more or less 450 people, with representatives of national parliaments, for every country. Also representatives of the European Parliament, representatives of the Commission, the representatives of the member states, of the Council, 2 for every member state, and to which will be invited also the representatives of the citizens panel. And the purpose is that the goal is that plenary, with the attendance of the representatives of the citizens, will formulate a list of ideas, proposals on the future development of the European Union that will respond directly to the wishes and recommendations of the citizens. So it's the conference is not a listening exercise. Simply we listening to the citizens to hear what they want. In fact, we have that already. We have the Eurobarometer. So in the Eurobarometer, we know exactly what citizens want and don't want. Now, the conference is different. The conference wants to hear, first of all, from the citizens what they want, but we want to formulate policy proposals, institutional changes to make these proposals possibly happening. And this it will be a sort of a two-way participation, dialogue, and conclusions that we hope to reach by the end of this conference. And our hope is that we can formulate this package of proposals that will deliver this future vision of Europe by the month of March already next year, so that the French presidency under the leadership of Emmanuel Macron can use that as a basis for a number of reforms that will be launched and will be proposed in the European Union. So that's mainly what will be the procedure. It's absolutely key for our movement and for our party that we use the platform. We have to try to own the platform. We need to organize our ideas on that platform. Why? Because it's absolutely key that our liberal and democratic ideas are running on the platform. Like I said, the work in the conference and the work in the citizens panels we organize will be based on what is happening on the platform. So if the liberal and democratic ideas are not present, not taken to the platform, our ideas will not be spread in the conference. So my plea to everybody who is following it, listening this, is to use the platform for organizing activities, for participating in debates. And what the ideal situation would be, that is that every local section of every of our political parties in Alde would open an account, a page, an activity, a debate on that platform as a way to spread liberal and democratic ideas into that tool. And like I said, it's very very easy to do so. You open an account, you subscribe the charter, and you can participate to the activities, the debates that are running on that platform. And the second, what we try to do is to push and to organize our liberal democratic family on the European level. In the conference, we will hold a caucus on the 18th of June in Strasbourg. That it's the day before the first plenary of the conference, where we have invited all MEPs who are in the conference, so European parliamentarians who are in the conference. I think yourself, Ilian, will be there. All the MPs, in total, a little bit less than 20 MPs have been appointed that belong to the Renew and to the Alde family, or commissioners or ministers in different countries, mostly ministers and Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs will be invited. And naturally also the party. I think that Mr. Dooley is is invited to that caucus, so that all those who will play a crucial role in the conference will meet already on the 18th in Strasbourg in preparation, I should say, of this of the launch of the conference in the plenary a day later. So to finalize and to conclude my intervention, Ian, what we think is that by organizing a conference where there is such a unique involvement of the citizens directly and through citizens panels, we hope to find an agreement on reforms that will be the basis for the future, for the next decades in the European Union. And we think that it will be very difficult for whatever institution in the Union or whatever leadership in the Union to ignore the results of the conference. Because the conference is organized by the three institutions with the involvement of the national parliaments based on the ideas of the citizens. So it will be impossible for whoever to deny these conclusions. Thank you.
So much, and thank you for making yourself available for a couple of questions after the introductory remarks by Antoinette. But I completely agree. This will be a strong engagement by the citizens, but we have to promote this through different channels. I see that the officials are trying to do it in a usual classical way, on newsletters, on newspapers, but that is not enough. We have to engage social media more. People are everywhere. They're on TikTok, on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on Facebook, and that is the job.
Thank you for having the voice of the youth representatives out of the discussion, and to Mr. Verhofstadt's efforts to have the young people not just part, but as he already said, overrepresented segment at the plenary stage of the Conference for the Future of Europe. After the announcement of the conference, during the past year, the European Liberal Youth Organization guided an online platform for discussion between our youth organizations across Europe. And we recently adopted and already tabled our proposals on the official digital platform. Our proposals came as a result of a true exercise in listening to each other and understanding that if we can't bridge our ideas, we can't expect the same by the actual decision makers. So our proposals are solely what we could all agree to. Of course, we have tabled a set of topical priorities on international trade, migration, climate change, digitalization, empowering young people, and promoting our European values. But the focal point of our proposals are not topical. They touch on the core of the Union infrastructure. Because look, while the discussion on our climate targets or whether the ETS should be extended to all carbon-emitting sectors are important, they wouldn't truly change how we do things. And they fall short to admitting that there are problems which sooner or later we will have to face. Just yesterday, Politico published an article stating that the confidence in the EU has dropped amidst the pandemic. It quotes a report according to which the majority of the respondents said their confidence had deteriorated following the past year, with majorities in a number of countries saying that they viewed the European project as broken. And yet, despite of that, the bigger portion still stated that the COVID pandemic demonstrates the need for more European cooperation. This brings me to the question, what do young people want? We've had the chance to discuss this among our membership, but also with youth organization leaders across the political spectrum. And I have the opportunity to address our liberal family at the Alde Council, with many of you here being respected decision makers. So I will allow myself to be bluntly honest. I'm very happy that Mr. Verhofstadt said the Conference for the Future of Europe won't be a listening exercise only, because what we want is ambition. We want change. In the beginning of the early 2000s, the European Union was contemplating a common European asylum system at the wake of the post-Yugoslav wars. There was a discussion on climate change, which was vivid, with Al Gore sounding the alarm. The idea of transnational lists was roaming the European Parliament, and the Convention on the Future of the European Union was just started. It almost sounds like a déjà vu. We wish to see that this time, this conference will be an honest conversation on what isn't working, why isn't it working, and how we can fix it, so that we don't go around in circles another 20 years on. We wish to see Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, the UK, and definitely the Western Balkans take part of this conversation, because they have more than just a passing interest in Europe's future. So again, change is what we wish for. We wish to see a union that is ready to act, and act quickly. As Mr. Verhofstadt said, we missed so many opportunities to show a quick action. We wish to have abolished the unanimity voting and the blocking minority votings of Council. It makes Europe too slow. It makes it too timid. We wish for more transparency at the deliberations of the Council. If some of the national leaders are going to blame Europe for all their misfortunes, we want to know what their position in Europe was. Also, the liberalism of two countries cannot hold 27 back. So we need a change there. It needs to be fixed. We wish to see an election of the European Commission president that keeps Europeans awake at night, just as many Europeans were calculating which state will bring how many electoral points for the US elections. The current Spitzenkandidaten system cannot do that. It needs to be fixed. We wish to see a single seat of the European Parliament. The European Court of Auditors already estimated that not moving will generate savings of 114 million euro per year, let alone the carbon print of the move. While advocating climate action, only this pompous symbolism isn't enough to justify that anymore. It needs to be fixed. So to sum it up, the EU institutions indeed have not been going through serious reforms for a decade now, which often requires seeking ad hoc solutions to fill in the gaps and adapt to the current realities, which is what both of you already said. Europe is fit for the 20th rather than the 21st century, and we want to see that changed. At LIMEC, we don't care if this is going to be called a treaty change, European Constitution, intergovernmental agreement, or a fairy wish list. Insofar, it brings solutions to fix what citizens see as broken. There is a growing unrest in people, and especially young people across Europe, wanting to see solutions to their problems, with the economic impact of COVID just yet to unveil itself. Youth unemployment is 38% in Spain and around 30% in Greece, Italy, and Sweden. With all the expectation for the Conference for the Future of Europe as a liberal flagship that was being building over the past year, we hope it doesn't end up to be too timid, too little, or just a PR stunt, because Europe, as Mr. Verhofstadt said, already disregarded a few wake-up calls with Brexit in particular, and seems to continue to sleepwalk, while history teaches us that empires have disappeared because they refuse to keep up with pace with the changing times and the changing realities. And if Europe doesn't do something brave to answer to young people's concerns, it will inevitably lose on their hearts and minds. The answer of the EPP to all of this will be probably traditional values of the S&D, social affairs. No industry probably will say the Greens. The liberal answer must be progressive, radical, brave, and ambitious change. And before you say all of this is way too far-fetching, let me just finish by this. 170 years ago at the Paris Peace Congress, Victor Hugo said, "A day will come when war will seem as absurd between Paris and London, between Vienna and Turin, as it is today between Rouen and Amiens." That might have sounded like a chimera then, but we have achieved this dream and we can be proud of it. However, let's not wait for another century to make a leap forward, because taking a new step, shaping a new world is scary and uncomfortable, but what is scarier than change is regretting that we missed an opportunity. The youth counts on all of you to join us, to support our proposals tabled at the digital platform, so we do not let that happen. Let's not waste time and act with determination and ambition. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you so much. We do count on WAMEC as well, Antonetta. And as you said, liberals are always ambitious. We have our plan as well for the conference. In the wide of the conference, we are going to organize several of activities, meetings in the name of Hans van Balen. We call them Hans van Balen town hall meetings in cooperation with member parties. Alde Party will host series of events. And the estimated time is, of course, mid-September to mid-December. But with that, I would like to conclude the intervention part and open the floor for our council delegates. So, Dietrich, back to you. Do we have any questions or comments?
No.
No?
Not yet.
Not yet, but I'm sure many will arrive.
We were so clear.
Yeah. That's also true. That's also true. Roman Jakic, yes, calling Ljubljana. The chairman of Lipsin, yes, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank both speakers for the words they introduced us. What will be, let's say, the rule of liberals in this process. What Guy reminded me on the conference on the future of Europe 20 years ago when I participated, and probably you will remember that in that time the president of the European Parliament, Pat Cox, opened the door for all of us, not in that time, not being the member of European Union yet, to participate in not just in the discussion, but also in the work of the institutions in that time. That's why I would like to remind the liberals who are always the front runners concerning the, let's say, concerning to see the situation broader than just the European Union, but to invite and to, let's say, to include also, especially young people from the Southeast Europe to the process of discussion of the future of Europe. I just wanted to say this because I have the feeling that we are all the time talking about just the citizens of the European Union and not the citizens of Europe, because we know that Europe is broader than just the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roman. I'm sure Guy can answer this question, but as I'm aware, there's no geo-blocking for Western Balkans, for Southern and Eastern neighborhoods. Please.
Yeah, two things, very short. So on the platform, there is no geo-blocking. So every European can enter and take an account on the platform and participate in the discussion. And secondly, we have decided that from October on, we will also invite representatives of the Western Balkans to the conference, and that not only for representatives of the governments but also of the parliaments. So that means that citizens can participate on the platform, and at the same time we will have representatives of the Western Balkans, because our opinion is that the Western Balkans is part of Europe.
Yeah, and that is success for Alde Party, for Renew, and for Lipsin, because we were pushing for so long to include Western Balkans in the whole process, in the whole mechanism of consulting and decision taking process. Dietrich? Okay, well, if everything is so clear and we have no further questions, I would like to thank you once again, Guy and Antonetta, for your strong commitment. We'll surely knock on your doors to push for liberal ideas, and don't hesitate to come and talk to us as well. And I'm sure that the member parties will do the same. Thank you so much, and I think that concludes our agenda for today's council meeting. And I would like to thank you for your strong participation and commitment, but also to tell you that we're going to continue, Jakob,
on 1 o'clock with the bureau candidates.
At 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to have a debate with the bureau candidates. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
we were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. a lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. a lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis, it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open. Our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis, it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open. Our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidaire European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. a lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
We were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius became an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidarity European society.
Politics is really about communicating, about interacting, and in that sense our work has really changed, and that's also the main reason why I, being a politician, really long for the day when we can go back to normal.
To get here to the European Parliament, I rented an electric hybrid vehicle to go by car and drove from Stockholm. It meant that we passed 4 different borders, 4 different systems of how to tackle testing and vaccines and declaration in different forms. That's a sign of how we didn't manage on European level to tackle this in a good way.
Well, the toughest moment for me was when it became clear that the elderly homes really were suffering. A lot of people died.
we were able to plan for the opening for the last summer, and Vilnius become an open-air cafe. We created a fashion week for face masks. We opened up a 100 kilometers route.
I'm a doctor by origin, and I felt that this is really the time that we step out of the comfort zone and we prove that we can do the hard work if necessary.
Well, in the beginning of the crisis, it was very difficult to find, for example, protective material, to find testing kits. A lot of people really stepped up. A lot of administrations, a lot of institutions, but also the private sector. We brought them all together.
I think it was very important that the Union had a game plan for vaccines. Our economies need to open, our liberties need to be re-established completely.
To be as open as possible, because of course citizens do trust only those decisions and only those governments who do provide the full information, not hiding anything.
Tackling climate change via tackling energy in the energy system is what I can contribute to be most efficient in making us more prepared for the future.
We need leaders that show empathy, that they understand what the impact of the COVID virus is on the daily lives of many people.
We think that somehow closing the borders might solve it. We should really be careful because the price can be very high.
This has been a terrible crisis, but it opened many doors for health policy in the Union. We will open the gates for a European health standard.
Taking care of each other, this is something that we should cherish for the long run, because this is really the basis of a solidary European society.
Won't admit you love me, and so how am I ever to know? You only tell me perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. A million times I ask you, and then I ask you over again. You only answer perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. If you can't make your mind up, we'll never get started. And I don't wanna wind up being parted, broken hearted.
Good afternoon and welcome to this debate of the candidates to Vice President and Treasurer of the Alde Party. My name is Beatrice Rios and I'm going to be the moderator today. But before we jump into the discussion, let me explain to you how this is going to work. We are going to have the 5 candidates presenting themselves for 5 minutes, but we want to know what you would like to know from them because you're voting after all. So you can go and get in slido.com. You're going to find a code for this session is 8702. There you're going to be able to answer a poll that we are launching and which answers we are going to be sharing with our candidates. And you can also ask questions. So if there is anything you would like to know to make sure that you vote for the right person, this is the time. You can think about all those questions, share them, and I will make sure that I bring them into the conversation a little bit later. But before, we're going to have them being introduced by themselves, and we're going to give them 5 minutes to each of them to explain their candidature and why you should vote for them. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first candidate to Vice President. He's Henrik Bak Mortensen from Venstre Party in Denmark. And first of all, we're going to hear from them in this video.
I have known Henrik Bak Mortensen for a long time. I hope you now also know him as a very, very efficient, strong person in the promotion of our MEPs and of our Alde Party. I strongly recommend him also for a next term as Vice President because he's excellent.
I recommend Henrik Bak Mortensen for another term as Vice President for Alde. Henrik is a true liberal, he's a true Democrat, and he has a vast experience from all political layers.
Liberal by heart, fighting for our true European values. A true European. That is how I know Henrik Bak Mortensen. And that is why we in Radikale Venstre extend our hope that you will pick Henrik Bak Mortensen for VP of the Alde Bureau.
Henrik is well connected, Henrik is well respected. That's why I hope that you will join me in not only recommending, but also voting for Henrik Bak Mortensen.
The future belongs to Europe. We need a stronger, greener and freer Europe. Really, the future is more cooperation in the EU, not less, and I think Henrik Bak Mortensen will be a guarantee for that.
Now we have joining us live Henrik Bak Mortensen. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead with your presentation.
Dear friends in Alde, it's so sad that we have to meet on Zoom only. For so many years, face-to-face relationships and interaction with fellow liberals have been a vital part of my life. I've worked with LIMEC as a young liberal, and I participate in countless congresses in ELD, ELDR, and now in Alde, as well as in Liberal International. And I've been very happy, and I've been honored to serve as Alde Vice President since 2016. And I hope that you'll support my bid for another 2 years. I see my role as the guardian of our liberal family party, Alde, and our political ideas. And I want to develop and to strengthen Alde. Alde is not a marriage of convenience. It's a community of political parties with strong, well-established and well-tested relationships. My own party, Venstre, has been around for more than 150 years, and it has been part of the European liberal family right from the start. And it's a joy to work with younger and new parties which we have welcomed into our well-established political family. Alde played an important part in the 2019 elections to the European Parliament. So many new Alde MPs have taken their seat in the European Parliament. We thought the election on a common political Alde platform, and the election program was passed unanimously by all the delegates of our Congress. Alde must come together and work exactly in the same manner for the next European elections in 2024. To me, Alde is a family of European parties. It's not an exclusive community of liberal parties from the EU countries. Alde brings together parties from the EU, from prospective member countries and former member parties. And the EU should be an open option for all European parties and countries. Over the years, I've visited all the EU countries as well as all the other European countries. And my sense of being part of a European culture, part of European achievements, and common European ideas have just grown stronger over the years. Now, the corona pandemic has been and is a dreadful experience. It has shown us that we do not have too much Europe. We have to have more European cooperation. We have learned that we need to have European preparations for another pandemic and for a response to the pandemic we're facing now. We must work together when it comes to medical supplies, to the treatment of those who are hit by the disease, to research in vaccines, and to the procurement and distribution of vaccines. I was embarrassed to see that the socialist government of my own country chose a nationalist approach to the pandemic rather than a European approach. In all my political life, I've had very strong relations with both Danish Alde parties, Venstre and Radikale
You
Venstre.
right there, Mirza Morten, because you have run out of your 5 minutes. Thank you so much for that speech. And if there is anything else that you would like to know from him, make sure that you ask him a question via live view. Thank you so much. We will get back to you very soon. Now I would like to move into the next candidate. She is Dita Jaranzova. She's a member of ANO 2011 from the Czech Republic. You have the floor. Can't hear you. You're muted.
Is it better now?
Yeah, now indeed. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry for that. So good afternoon, everybody. Let me first of all thank you, all of you who are following us. It's really challenging times for us, and I really hope that the next Congress we will all meet in person. I'm very honored that I was nominated for the second time for the position of the Vice President of the Alde Party, and I would be even more honored if you would trusted me to continue as a Vice President of the party. I'm a member of the European Parliament, so I've been always trying to bridge what we as liberals do in the European Parliament with what we do at European scale as the Alde Party. I'm a very liberal person. Even before I entered the politics, it has been always the case. I grew up during the communist regime in Czechoslovakia, and then I participated fully in all the process of the accession of my country to the European Union. I'm true European, someone who has dedicated all my life to the European project. We as liberals have achieved very good results during the last European elections, and I think it should be the right moment for us to think how we should do even better in the next European elections. So what do I want to bring to the Alde Party? I want to bring my strong liberal conviction, my dedication, my enthusiasm, my hard-working methods, and of course, all my energy. People that know me, they know very well that I always put all my energy to everything what I do. And my goal is to create even stronger liberal family in the European Union, and I would say even beyond. I have been working a lot on the human rights issues worldwide, and I have been promoting liberal values in countries that are closer to the European Union, but still not part of the European Union. So that would be my goal, to promote our liberal values in the European Union and beyond. And I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Dita. Indeed, you had 2.5 minutes left. So if there is anything else that you would like to ask her later today, you can make sure that you jump in our Slido and you leave your questions right there. We want to hear from you. And now I would like to give the floor to our last candidate to Vice President, Luis Garicano from Ciudadanos in Spain. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Thanks for the invitation and to ask for the vote of people of all the ALDE members in this election. Like Henrik, it's the third time I'm asking for your support. We've been working together, both of us, and also the last period also with Dita Chansova for our party. The first thing I want to say is to remember our president, Hans van Baalen, who recently passed away. We are all very much missing him, and we are all missing the chance to be with him. Somebody who was always a consensus builder. We were all remembering in our last bureau that we don't think there's an opportunity where we actually had to vote. All the decisions were taken by consensus. He was careful to build this consensus, and we all felt always included. I think that's very much a principle for our party. It's a very diverse party, including parties from all over Europe, and this spirit of Hans, of doing things in a consensual manner, is something that we all, and I'm sure also my colleagues, very much want to continue. I am a member of the European Parliament. I'm vice president of the group, or the parliamentary group. I think it's a good thing that we try to improve that connection, and I'll tell you a little bit about my plans for that. I wanted to start telling you about myself. I'm a professor of economics by training, and I've all my life been an academic. I've been teaching in the University of Chicago, in London School of Economics. I've also been in MIT and London Business School. And I like teaching. I like communicating. I like talking to people and giving them a bit of an insight into what Europe is about. I think that sometimes Europe is remote. Sometimes our procedures are arcane. People don't know what's the Council of Europe, the European Council, all the strange kind of variations, the Council, which has all the ministers. It's all kind of arcane. And it's really important that all of us do a big job, a big effort in trying to communicate. And in that sense, I think my background makes a difference. I think that I am somebody who likes to do that. I am also a liberal. I share those values. Like Dita and Henrik, I feel very much somebody who all my life, since I remember, since I was 17, 18 years old and was reading Stuart Mill, I was always a believer in markets and also in the social safety net. I think what we have in Europe and what ALDE best represents is that without a real free market economy, with real competition, you cannot create the wealth to support the welfare state. So you really need dynamic markets. But also, without a strong welfare state, it's hard to have a real free market economy, because people who fail, people who don't do well, are going to kind of be left by the wayside without a safety net. So both of those parts are crucial. And the challenges for Europe in the future have to do a lot with strengthening both together. We need to come back. The state has grown very much with the pandemic. The role of the public sector has grown humongously. Who would have thought, as a liberal, that we would have accepted that the state decides how many guests we can have in our houses and when we can go out, when we can come back in? That was necessary for health reasons, it's true. But now we need to recover our freedoms. We need to come back to put the state in its place. And we need to find that balance between the state and the markets and the individuals back. And we need to recover our growth. We need to get a stronger Europe. We have a conference for the future of Europe in the horizon, which is one of the big priorities for the Alde Party. It's a moment where Alde will have to be central, and we have to work for that. And finally, and this is really what I want to conclude with, we have a huge opportunity and a huge challenge. I think that the Conference for the Future of Europe will probably give a bigger role to parties such as ours in the new elections. Our party is part of a parliamentary group, but it's not a parliamentary group. Coordinating the work in whatever form these new elections are run in 2024 will be an essential part of our job, and I very much can assure you, the people who are going to elect us or have to vote for us if you want to do so, that I will do my very best to ensure this coordination works to the benefit of all our member parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gargano, for that. You have heard from all the candidates for Vice President of the Alde Party. They have shared various strong positions on how do they have to face the upcoming election, how to integrate the party, how to work together, how to address the issues of civil liberties and also the economic recovery. We're going to be digging into their positions on all these issues today during the Q&A session. But if there is something concretely you would like to know from Mr. Mortensen, Jarenzova or Gargano, you make sure that you share your questions on Slido. I'm going to explain again how does it work. You type slido.com, you go there, you're going to be asked a code, and that code is 8702, and you're going to have access to a website where you can share your questions as well for our candidates today. Before we do that, we're going to present now the candidates for treasurer. And for that, I'm going to give the floor first to Dave Burke, who is a member of the NFL from Ireland. Please, Mr. Burke, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, delegates. And as other speakers have said, it's an awful pity we can't meet in person this year. And hopefully that's something that will be in a different circumstance next year. Just to introduce myself, David Burke is my name. I'm from the Fianna Fáil party in Ireland, and I'm one of the candidates for the Alde Treasurer position. I'm a qualified chartered accountant. I've worked with KPMG and PwC, and over the last 12 years, I've been Fianna Fáil's finance director. My responsibilities in that role have been the management of the finances of the party, meeting all the compliance and regulations on an annual basis, managing our election campaigns at a local, national and European level, and I'm glad to say on a successful basis. Also managing our fundraising operation and our human resources and staffing. In that period of time, I'm glad to say we've managed to double the seats of our party at national parliament level and returning the party to being the largest party at local and national level, resulting in our party leader being elected Prime Minister again in Ireland last July, Taoiseach Micheál Martin, who will be speaking at the conference tomorrow morning. Also in that time, we've completely changed the financial and fundraising model of the party. And also we've moved from a very centralised model to increasing the supports at local branch level and for all our candidates across the country. Over the last 18 months, I've been a member of the Alde Financial Advisory Committee, and I've immensely enjoyed working with other Alde parties and also the Alde Secretariat of Financial Matters important to the party. It's been an experience to get to know how the funding of the party and the finances of the party worked. And I look forward and hope that I can continue this work over the coming years. My goals for going for this role and my vision, what I would like to do is I would like to work and support the Alde Secretariat on looking and the outgoing Treasurer Gasper, who started the work yet, looking at how we can change the regulations at a European level, reaching across to other European groupings on a number of topics about how we can work more with national parties within regulations or changed regulations, looking at how we deal with the issue of EU and non-EU parties to ensure that we continue to grow our European family, and also looking at the percentage, the matching funding from 10% to 5%, so as we can reduce the financial burdens on the parties within our grouping. And lastly, bringing my own experience in running successful elections, I would like to work with within the Alde Bureau to ensure that we have, as Luis has said already, a successful European elections in 2024. It's something I would like to do with other parties to ensure that we grow our representation within the Parliament and grow the size of all our political parties. And as all the speakers have said, united, we are a far stronger movement within Europe. My reasons for going this role are a number of things. The role is very much, as Alde Treasurer, is a natural progression for me as Finance Director in Fianna Fáil to an Alde Treasurer role. And I suppose on a personal level, I don't see this to be a political role, nor do I have an ambition to be a politician. My ambition is to bring my qualifications and my experience to the Alde Bureau so as we can serve the Alde parties as to the best of our abilities. And to conclude, I would sincerely ask you and your delegations for your support for my candidacy for the Alde Treasurer role. And I wish my fellow candidate, Jasmine, well, and look forward, hopefully, that we can continue to work together in the coming years, irregardless of the result as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Berg, for that presentation indeed. And we will have to welcome now to the other candidate for treasurer. That's Jasmine Merso, who is a member of Nansa Stanza from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please, you have the floor.
Hello from Sarajevo, my dear Liberal friends and colleagues. And thank you, David, for the nice words. I wish you all the best as well. When my party president first approached me with the idea of nominating me for this position, he told me, Yasmina, I don't want you to give me an answer right away. Take a couple of days and think about it, but promise me that you will accept. Although I knew immediately I wanted to do this, I did what he told me. I went home and I consulted the person closest to me. But sometimes the person closest to you is the one to ask you the toughest questions. Why do you want to be treasurer? They asked me. Because I know I can do it, I said, because those who have had the chance to work with me mostly know me as the person who transfers ideas into projects and budget proposals, and then those into direct impact. Because I have done that in the most challenging circumstances, in a small party, in a small country. As a matter of fact, I have helped strengthen our political party and our political foundation in one of the most complicated and poorest countries in Europe. And believe me, it is a lot harder to find funds in Bosnia and Herzegovina than it is in most, if not all, EU member states. But we did it. We transformed Naša Stranka from a grassroots movement to a party in government. Also, I work closely with the current and past treasurer, and they've inspired me a lot. That is why I believe I can take on any challenge. Then they asked me, but what do you want to be your legacy in the Bureau? I said, I want a stronger Alde Party in every corner of Europe because I want our budget to reflect our visions and the visions we as Liberals have of the future. I want to be that board member who is a bridge between our member organizations and our Bureau. I want our finances stable, our projects increased, our secretariat fully supported, our partnerships and sponsorships justified, and our investments secured. I want every single member organization to be involved in the development of projects on a national, regional, and EU level, because only with this kind of dynamic we can strengthen Alde as a key player in Europe and prepare us properly for the next EU elections. And I know this because of the role Alde played in my country. You see, Alde is the only European party that is known by the people in Bosnia and Herzegovina because we have made Alde a part of our political identity. Together, we have become a beacon of hope for a war-torn generation that only associated politics with frustration, corruption, and injustice. And I want this to happen in every country in Europe, and I know how it can be done, because we have the means to do it. And then they asked me, but do you really think that the ALDE delegates would elect you, a young woman from a small party in a non-EU country, to be their treasurer? And I said, oh, but you don't know my liberal friends like I do. You don't know how open and welcoming they are. I know my personal political journey started the moment I first set foot in the headquarters at Rue de Dali, and that journey has brought me exactly to this moment. I was raised by this network, both me personally and my party. We are testimony to what ALDE can do in the most unlikely places. And Bosnia and Herzegovina is a very unlikely place for liberals to thrive. Yet, we are doing it. I know I'm part of ALDE's vision on future of Europe because I'm part of this family. I know the delegates would want ALDE to be the first European party ever to welcome someone from Bosnia and Herzegovina to their bureau, because this is how we liberals are. We make changes, we write history. And that is why I'm speaking to all of you today, asking for your support. Pour avoir la chance de être au service des partis membres et de nos membres individuels, o mejor dicho en castellano, de sentir y entender a los partidos miembros y estar a su servicio siempre. Denn so schreiben wir Geschichte. My dear liberal friends, my liberal family, come on, let us make history together. Thank you. Tak so mycket. Vi благодарам na site. Thank you very much. Hvala.
Wow, thank you very much. Very strong candidates, both for Vice President and Treasurer today. Thank you so much for doing your presentation. Now, before we jump into the discussion, we have launched a poll on Slido. As I said, you type slido.com 8702, and you can participate by voting in our poll, but also sharing your questions for our candidates. And we have already a few questions. But first of all, I would like to check the poll and share the results with our candidates to see what do they have to say. So we asked the delegates, what do they think should be Alde's priority in the coming years? And, and we asked them whether that was preparing for the 2024 elections, defending the return of liberties as we start to exit the pandemic, or defending liberties in general. And the reaction was pretty much strong for defending civil liberties in general, followed by preparing for the elections in 2024 and defending the return to liberties as we start exiting the pandemic. So I would like to have a reaction from our candidates about this. Do you share this priority that you have seen your delegates voting for? Do you have 44% voting for defending the civil liberties, 38% voting for preparing for the elections? And maybe we can start with Mr. Mortensen. Can you hear us, Mr. Mortensen?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
No, I'm not at all surprised. Actually, I feel that these are very reasonable ideas as to what Alde should work with, and I completely agree. I believe as liberals, we've almost all feel almost suffocated by all the regulations which suddenly cropped up everywhere. And actually, in my own country, it has been a teaching exercise to remind the population what it is that we've given up, and that freedom is something that you have to fight for every day. And if it disappears, it doesn't really come back by itself. The Danish government is a very good example of that. It seems that this ability to regulate and to tell the people what to do is something a number, particularly of socialist politicians, really like. And it's very difficult to persuade them to bring us back to the state of liberty we had before. But this is definitely something we should work with on the European level in our own countries. And particularly, if we take the second issue, working with on the election of 2024, I mean, that's a specific Alde Party task. Nobody apart from Alde is in a position to write the manifesto which covers all the EU member countries and all the EU all the Alde parties. And as I said in my presentation, for the last elections, we managed to have a unanimous political platform which made the political coherence of Alde very, very strong. And my dream would be that up to the next election in 2024, we'll be able to gather all our parties around a common platform which we can all support.
Very strong message from Mr. Mortensen, indeed. Before I jump into the other candidates, I just realized that the voting is actually opening from now. So it's going to be opening at 1:30, so it's already open, and it's going to be running for 24 hours until tomorrow, same time, 1:30. So if you are already sure which candidate you want to vote for, this is the time. If you're not sure, this debate is exactly for that. We're going to have this discussion to make sure that you're very sure about your vote. And I would like to have the reaction from Ms. Charanzova about this question. Do you share these priorities that the delegates voted for, and how do you see these two issues ahead?
I agree, I fully agree. And I would even say that these first two are very interconnected. Because if we manage to really strongly defend civil liberties, this is actually the DNA of our family. So this is how we will promote what we are, what we stand for. And this is for me the preparation for the next European election. Because the only way how we can really get stronger in Europe is that we manage not only to put our words on the paper, but to deliver. So I'm fully in line with the result, and I would only add to it that I think these two are really interconnected.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Saranzova. What about you, Mr. Garicano? What do you have to say about this result? Do you share the views of your colleagues as well? But what are the priorities for the coming years? And what do you think about these two issues? How are you going to handle them if you are re-elected as Vice President?
Yes, I think that they're hitting the nail really exactly. I think that the moment for Europe is a hopeful moment. Notice that Europe has done something in the last year and a half that it had never done before. If you think of what are the 3 or 4 most important issues to our voters over the last year, it was maintaining their income during the pandemic, maintaining their health, getting vaccinated, being able to travel. All of those issues have been decided at the European level. Europe purchased the vaccines. Europe financed the packages that kept people employed, the Kurzarbeit, through the SURE. Basically, the entire expenditure on workers was financed by SURE. Europe has financed the reconstruction with this recovery and investment plan. So Europe has been, and Europe is doing this green certificate that is going to get us all able to travel again. So Europe has been developing a large amount of impact on the citizens' lives, and the question is what comes next. And I agree with both Henrik and Dita that we need to make sure that what comes next is freedom, is civil rights, is accountability, is rule of law. And it's Alde the only party who stands for all of those things, as we see everywhere in the European Parliament. And I think Dita put it very well when she said, look, these issues, which are the key issues that we have to be working on over the next months, are the issues that we have to run the election. We have to be able to tell our voters, look, the only party that cares about the rule of law is us. When in the Parliament, we see that, the Commission doesn't really want to do anything about countries, governments, particularly Hungary, Poland, largely, that are not respecting the rule of law. It's ALDE and it's the member parties of us, in particular, this is being led by an FDP member and a Momentum member, who actually, Kat Kache and Moritz Körner, these are our issues and we don't push them, nobody pushes them, and they unite us all. Every single person in the Renew Group and the Alde Party fights for this. So I agree that a good election campaign is a campaign that tells people Europe is useful. Europe is a tool to solve your problems. It's not that we are just about these grand visions. We are about practically making Europe useful for all of you. And Europe also is the one that can make sure that our member states are doing what they must to comply or to be aligned with the European values. And that should be our election campaign.
I'm sure all the delegates will be happy to know that the candidates share indeed their views about what are the main challenges for the Alde Party in the coming years, and also that there is so much coherence between the different narratives of the candidates indeed. I would like to ask the same question, even though they have a very specific role in the Bureau, but indeed they're going to be part of the conversation as well. So I would like to ask Mr. Burke as well, what does he have to say about these priorities that have been shared by the delegates through this pool? How do you feel about this?
Yeah, as you said, the Alde Treasurer role is a very different role, but I would wholeheartedly agree with all my fellow speakers. These are two really important topics. I suppose civil liberties, I think a speaker earlier this morning said, protecting our democracy is vitally important. And I think Europe has a very central role, both within Europe, but also taking strong positions outside Europe to ensure our democracies are protected and liberal voices are heard loud and clear, both within and outside the EU. And I think that is something we shouldn't ever forget, is that, on a global stage, Europe, particularly around on the borders of Europe, we have a central role about developing democracy and supporting democracy. And it would be something I feel very passionate about and, have participated in projects in assisting that. But I suppose, speaking honestly, in the role of Alde Treasurer, my main and primary focus would be around the European elections in 2024. I think, growing the Alde family at the European Parliament level, but also helping parties grow at a national level we will then have a stronger voice right across Europe, and collectively and united, we can influence policies at all levels in line with our values and our principles, and moving away from the populist, nationalist parties that are starting to rise in some of our democracies. It's important that liberal parties, like in our family, continues to strengthen and grow. And I think that in the Alde Treasurer role, as I said, in my own role of running successful campaigns at local and national level, I would like to play a central role in supporting parties have a successful European elections and also national elections. But I would equally feel very strongly in terms of civil liberties and protecting our democracies. But I am very cognizant of what is entailed in the Alde Treasurer role. Thank you.
Indeed, and that is a very important role ahead of the elections. And now I'm going to ask the exact same question to Ms. Münster. Please, do you tell me how you pronounce your surname, because I feel really bad about it. But please, I would definitely want to hear from you as well. What do you think are the main priorities of the party? Do you share the views of the delegates? And how do you see your role interacting with all of this?
Yeah, thank you. It's Marsha. Yeah, I know we Slavs don't like vowels, so it's difficult. Well, yes, the role of the political treasurer is a very special role, but I don't view it mainly as a financial one. I view it as both a financial one and a political one, because I want to transfer our funds into a political vision. And I'm not surprised that our members have decided that these are our priorities, because during the past pandemic, the civil liberties have indeed been endangered a lot. And coming from an experience I had as a war child, and I remember when the war ended, we had this huge euphoria in the country. And I honestly expect that to be after the pandemic is under control, that we have a surge of euphoria in Europe and globally. And I want to take advantage of that moment to to transfer our money basically into projects that will strengthen our member organizations and our parties, both on the EU level, but also nationally, because that is how we are going to prepare for the next EU elections. We need to have our parties strong in each and every member state. And also in the non-EU countries, we have pro-European parties that are very reliant on the image of the EU. And for that, I think the second priority being the European elections is also very crucial for us outside the EU as well, because a strong EU means a strong liberalism and liberal values in non-EU countries. As someone who has a formal education in pharmacy, I know that we are going to be having a different dynamic. I think the pandemic has changed us a lot. I know a lot of health policy related issues will come and pop up now, and we are going to have to view things from this perspective. And I think that I can keep all the trends in track, because I know how to follow science-related topics and health-related topics up until the moment that the pandemic is under control, and then we can just continue transferring our money into visions and projects and strengthening the member organizations. And I plan on staying in touch with them all the time to see what their needs are and how to motivate them to actually spend the budget.
Very interesting perspective indeed, and a lot of food for thought today for our delegates that will be voting for the next 24 hours. They are already sharing their questions on Slido. If you too have a question for the candidates, make sure that you type slido.com 8702. And if you can, please share your name and your party affiliation as well, so that we know who you are and from where are you asking. And we do have a question already from our audience, from Flo Kluklas, who is asking, how do you build and enhance diversity in the party? So please, Mr. Mortensen, would you like to first address this question?
Yes, thank you. This is an issue which I've been working with ever since I was a young liberal. And in my professional life, when I've been working with labor market issues, I've been working with these issues as well. And I definitely think this is an area where we as liberal put much emphasis on diversity, be it sexual orientation or gender issues. I think the basic idea is generally to build the rights of everybody, so that everybody more or less have the freedom to live the way they want. Those who are disadvantaged by birth or upbringing has to have our attention, so that they will get more or less the same real opportunities as everybody else. I don't think there is an easy and a quick fix solution all these issues of diversity, but I consider it simply a basic inherent idea in liberalism that we favor diversity, because the whole idea of liberalism is to give room and right for individual expression and individuality.
Absolutely. I want to hear as well from Ms. Charanzova on this question. How do you think that you will find to make sure that the party is more diverse?
Well, I think that there might be two ways how to understand this question. One is really what we stand for as Alde Party, and there I fully agree. I think we have to continue to be open, liberal family, which sticks to the core, our core values, LGBTI rights, gender issues, minority rights. That's really our core, and we have to stick to it. And then you can read also the question how to work as Alde with other political groups and entities, how to make our family perhaps more divergent, more divergent. So there I think I would like to bring my experience from the European Parliament, because you all know that in the European Parliament we work as Alde members with other colleagues within the Renew Europe group. So we are trying really to build a strong partnership with like-minded political groups that share our values. But I think in this process, what for me is very important is that we have to really stick to our core basis, to what we stand for and defend it. Because my feeling from the recent discussion also in the European Parliament is that we tend, after every crisis, to look more to the national borders, to look to the protectionist measures, and there I see a lot has to be done from our liberal family. So yes, to be open to talks and our partnership with those that want to share our values, but strictly defending what we stand for.
Very interesting perspective indeed to answer that question. I would like to hear as well from Mr. Garicano, how are you going to make sure that the party is more diverse?
Yes, it's a very good question, a very important question from the European Parliament. I've been working very hard to ensure, and you can, the people watching us can look it up online, to ensure that we introduce more diversity in the European Central Bank and all the regulators. I'm the vice president in charge of this. I'm the coordinator of the Econ committee. Basically what that means is that we proactively look for always lists that have a man and a woman, at least, that they have gender balance in the list. That allows us to at least always be looking to have that choice when we're choosing, so that we increase female representation. For example, in the European Central Bank, as people know, that famous photo with Lagarde, where she was the only woman, everybody else was a man. But as Dita very well said, it's not just about male-female representation. It goes much further than that. Diversity is about ideological diversity. I mean, within our coherence, of course, but liberalism has many flavors, and we should always be open. We should also be open and try to expand our geographical coverage, that we're not the party of the Rhine, right? That is simply like the old Euro 6, but that we move further than those 6 countries in the region of Europe. Sometimes Alde has particularly focused on those 6. Obviously, it's a big wealth for all of us, but that we move further than that. And then, thank you.
No, it's okay. You can go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I was just saying that it's diversity in all of these dimensions, and that we shouldn't have specific quotas, but we should keep that always in our minds.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. I would like to hear as well from Mr. Berg, because what I see from our audience is that they would like to know all the views of the different candidates, even though they're not necessarily in charge of those things, because anyway, they're going to be representing the party. So please, Mr. Berg, go ahead. How do you think the ALDE party should work to be more diverse?
Yeah, as all the other speakers have said, diversity is very, very important for all political parties. Again, at the European level, but at a national level, it's so important that is political parties, we have diversity that reflects all aspects of our societies. For me, we talk about diversity is all about challenging unknown bias, education, providing conferences, but also taking proactive steps to give prominence to those that probably are the lesser fringes within our societies. And maybe there's a role there for Alde to have a specific conference around diversity and maybe talk about those groupings. As Louise has said, we need to increase female participation within our politics. In Ireland, we have probably one of the strongest gender quota. Our government has brought it in, and we're strengthening it even further to ensure that the funding of our political parties is directly linked to the increasing female participation. But it goes far further than that diversity. And I think it's all about education, training, but also making it a central tenet of all our national parties' manifestos, but also for us at an Alde level. And possibly, as I said, there may be something there for us at an Alde level to have a specific conference around it, to maybe hear from some of the, let's say, those fringe groups within our societies, to hear how they think the change could be brought about. That would ultimately educate our views as legislators at a European level and a national level.
Concrete proposals in this answer, indeed. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Burke. And I would like to hear from Ms. Marzo as well, because as I've been hearing from her, this is an issue that is very close to her heart. So please go ahead and tell us, what do you think should be doing the Alde Party to make sure it's more diverse?
Correct, Beatrice, it's very close to my heart. I'm already a member of the Alliance of Her Advisory Board, so I'm already working on the gender diversity aspect of the Alde Party. And I come from a party that is known both within this network and in my country as the Women's Party. We have managed to achieve a percentage of 60% women of all of our elected officials in the last general elections, and we have a 50% mindset instead of a 50% quota. And I think that this can be done as well in the Alde Party. But it's not just about gender diversity. We have to keep in mind the regional diversity, the religious diversity, the ethnic diversity, and all the other aspects. And even though my role is not directly related to this as treasurer, but I'm also going to be a board member. So this is something that I will be working together with the other board members in a theme on pushing diversity, because achieving diversity, that is the ultimate proof of openness. And we are supposed to be the most open party in Europe.
Very strong messages coming from all the candidates indeed. I want to remind you that the voting is open. If you're already sure which candidate you would like to vote for, this is the time. If not, doesn't matter. You have 24 hours to think about it and to hear from them for the next 20 minutes still. And I'm going to launch another question that is coming from the audience to all our candidates today, from Francesco Condo, who is asking, what do you think about the role of individual members and liberal associates in the Alde Party? Is it okay as it is, or should it change? What do you think, Mr. Mortensen?
Well, I think the fact that we have individual members as well as party members is a good sign of the openness of the Alde Party. I think the influence of the individual parties, of the individual members in comparison to the party, has very much to do with the ability of the individual members to mobilize and to increase the number of members. I think the individual members are very visible and very vocal, and I welcome that. But of course, it follows right from our statutes that it's the parties which have most influence. I think both columns of our organizations are necessary and very welcome. They're a sign of that we want to bring in as many as possible. I think it's a way to increase the outreach of the party. So, I mean, the higher the number of individual members we can get, the better.
Thank you so much for that, indeed. I would like to hear also from Ms. Jarenzova about this question. Do you think it's enough the role that members have, or do you think it should change?
I wouldn't change it. I think this is a sign of the fact that we are open and inclusive family. also a sign of democratic process, and as many we are, better. So for me, every time when we have such a discussion at a bureau meeting about the individual membership, we assess each and every of them. But I'm a big fan of it. I think it's good to see also individuals that are interested to contribute officially and work closely with the Alde Party. So I wouldn't change it. I think it's a good sign.
Thank you so much indeed. Mr. Garicano, what do you have to say about this question?
For those of us who believe very much in Europe and who think that the future lies with a stronger Europe, I would say that the priority is that these European institutions and that these European parties, etc., become stronger. I think it's important that we have this. Sorry, but I was getting returned from the. I don't know if you can cut the return.
More individual members increases the democracy of our organization, and as a Liberal Party, hearing the voice of individual members can only be a healthy thing for our party. I think that technology has presented an opportunity where we can engage more with our individual members. We could possibly look at running online debates or debates on specific issues and invite our individual members, maybe increasing, let's say, topics of interest that can increase it and again educate us. But I wholeheartedly, I believe that the participation of individual members, if we can grow it and get engagement and their input into how we form policy right across Europe, is definitely a healthy thing. Yeah.
Absolutely. What about you, Ms. Marzo? How do you feel about this?
I'm actually feeling very positive about it because I personally am also a country coordinator for individual members in Bosnia. But I think it should be changed in a matter that it should be approved. I know that the individual members have a lot of issues regarding the finances, and this is something that I plan to address if I am elected the new treasurer, because I know that this is a burning issue for them, especially the membership fees and the sponsors, the service fees for individual members outside the EU countries. And I think there are a lot of things that can be improved in managing that their voices are heard more loudly and clearly.
Thank you so much. Because we're coming to an end, I'm just going to give one more chance to all of our candidates to send their message. And because I see that there are two questions that interested a lot our delegates, I'm going to give those two questions to our candidates, but I'm going to just give them 1 minute each to answer, and I'm going to time it again. I'm going to be very strict. So the first question is going to be for our candidates to vice president, and it's, what would you do differently in the new mandate period than the current one? And I would like to start with Mr. Mortensen now. Oh, we cannot hear you. There you go.
I'm losing my minute. No, I'm not sure I'll do anything very different, but I'll probably put more effort into what I think has been the most important achievement. Because as I mentioned in my one of my previous statements, I think it's important that we build a very strong and coherent political platform for Alde. And the strength of our platform the last time was that it united the party and that it addressed issues which are on the mind of the European citizens. Some of the issues were free trade, migration, sustainability, and the tendency towards liberal practices in many European countries. And basically, I expect those issues to be important at the next election as well, and therefore they should weigh heavily in our platform.
Thank you so much for that. In 1 minute, Ms. Jaranzova, what will you do different in your mandate as vice president? Go ahead.
I think we are in different situations. For me, there are two key elements that have happened. One is Brexit, that a member of our family, of the European family, left us, and second is, of course, the pandemic. So there are definitely lessons learned from the people that we have to take into account, and adjust the way how we will talk to people, that we will listen more to the people. I think the Future of Europe conference is an excellent opportunity for us liberals to be more vocal at a European scale. So that's what I think we should do. So I would definitely engage more in the talk with the citizens and the discussion and the dialogue.
Thank you so much. In 1 minute, Mr. Garicano, what would you do differently now as Vice President again? You're muted.
I was putting my stopwatch so that I can count them in. So the big challenge for the party that we have to improve, I mean, many things have been done well, is the coordination between the Renew Group and the Alde Party. Ideally, like in the Popular Party and the Socialist Party, the group and the party are the same things. Right now, this doesn't happen, and that means that we have a lot of duplicities, things that don't work very well. And as a Vice President of Renew, and hopefully as a Vice President of Alde, my main concern will be to try to improve that. I know all of us are aware that this is a problem. We realize that this requires dialogue, this requires coordination, this requires much more working together. And I think that that's what we need to fix right now.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you to our Vice President candidates, indeed, for their very strong messages. I'm going to give the floor back to the candidates for Treasurer. And for them, I have a different question. It is, what first motivated you to run for the Alde Party Treasurer? Please, Mr. Burke, you have a minute.
As I said, obviously, I was a member of the Alde Financial Advisory Committee for the last 18 months. And given my experience at a national level, feel involved in terms of completely changing our financial and fundraising model, I really think that I could, as I said, I suppose in my opening speech, I could bring my experience in that successfully implementing election strategies and campaigns and changing the financial model. And I think I could help the Alde Secretariat support national parties right across Europe and grow the Alde family in the role as Alde Treasurer. That's what really motivated me. I think it's a great opportunity and challenge, and I would really relish taking on the challenge, and we're very energetic and enthusiastic in doing it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Burke. And last but definitely not least, Ms. Marzo, what motivated you to run for the Treasurer position? 1 minute.
Inspired by the work of the previous Treasurer, but also from the side that I'm currently on, national officer of my own organization, I realized that there are some things that might be differently done in terms of coordinating with member organizations and making them access the funds, because only that they will make it their own priority to plan financially the membership fees in Alde, to see that the money is invested justly. And for me, this is the priority that I will take on. And I promise I will talk to each and every member organization if elected in the first 6 months of my term.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much to all of our candidates today for sharing the ideas, their thoughts, and their strong convictions to run for both Vice President and Treasurer of the Alde Party. If you know what you would like to vote for, now is the time. If you don't, you still have a lot of time because the voting is open until 1:30 tomorrow. Thank you so much also to the delegates for sharing their thoughts, their questions, and voting in the poll that we share this afternoon, and for being part of this conversation. And thank you everyone who is watching. I'm going to be here tomorrow again for a couple of conferences, very interesting about the recovery and also how to recover the civil liberties after the pandemic. But the program continues today, so make sure that you check the program and you join one of the working meetings that are taking place. Thank you so much again, and see you soon.
Never know how much I love you, never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, a fever all through the night. Sun lights up the daytime, moonlights of the night. I light up when you call my name, and you know I'm gonna treat you right. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Everybody's got the fever, that is something you all know. Fever isn't such a new thing, fever started long ago. Romeo loved Juliet, Juliet, she felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said, Julie, baby, you're my flame, now give us fever. When we kiss it, fever with thy flaming youth. Fever, I'm a fire, fever, yea, I burn forsooth. Captain Smith and Pocahontas had a very mad affair. When her daddy tried to kill him, she said, Daddy, oh, don't you dare give me fever. With his kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever, I'm his missus, Daddy, won't you treat him right? Now you've listened to my story, here's the point that I have made. Chicks were born to give you fever, be it Fahrenheit or centigrade, they give you fever. When you kiss them, fever, if you live, you learn. Fever, till you sizzle, what a lovely way to burn. 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 You can sleep forever, but still you will be tired. You can stay as cold as stone, but still you won't find peace. With you I feel I'm the meek leading the blind. With you I feel I'm just spending wasted time. I've been waiting, I'm still waiting. I've been waiting, I've been waiting. I've been waiting, I'm still waiting. It's always one step too far. You can whine to the bone, but still you won't be full. You can look down on the world, but still you won't find love. You won't find love.
Only with mellow when you're thin enough to slide. If the sun or the moon should give way to doubt, they would immediately go out. One swallow don't make a summer, but tomorrow has to start somewhere. Only with mellow when you're thin enough to slide. Only with mellow when you're thin enough to slide. Don't let nothing ride you. Only with mellow when you're thin enough to slide. Don't let nothing ride you. One swallow don't make a summer.
I've been waiting, I'm still waiting. But with you, it's always one step too far. se vai voltar ou fica lá. Cheira álcool e cheira beijo, cheira beijo, cheira beijo, cheira beijo. Cheira gozo e também cheira muito mais desejo. São 6 horas, pergunta no ar, aonde andas agora? Se vai voltar ou se fica lá. Cheira álcool e cheira beijo, cheira beijo, cheira beijo, cheira beijo. Cheira gozo e cheira gozo, cheira gozo, cheira gozo, cheira muito, muito mais desejo. Onde é que anda essa gola de ouro que você prometeu, prometeu, prometeu? Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado que é tapado. Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado que é tapado. Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado de onde vem. Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado que é tapado. Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado de onde vem. Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado que é tapado. Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado de onde vem. Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado que é tapado. Você não me contou do lado, esse teu lado de onde vem. Teu riso, tua distância, minha agonia, meu sono, meu medo. Tua língua na boca do povo, pra mim meu pesadelo é meu medo. Esperar até tudo acabar, aguentar quando desmoronar. Sou uma nega muito enjoada, já tô indo agora é pra Mangueira.
like a sauna, penetrating through your body armor. Rhythmically we massage ya, with hip hop mixed up with samba. Say yes, yes, yeah. You know we never stop, we never rest, yeah. The backup beats will keep it funky fresh, yeah. And we won't stop until we get y'all, till we get y'all saying. Peter Piper pick peppers, but Jam Rock rhymes. 1, 2, 3, 4, several times. Heavy rotation by every kind. Radio station blasting every mind. We cross the boundaries like every day. Throughout the body, Bobby beam the R and debate. We got 10 magnifications. How magnify like every day. Say yes, yes, yes. You know we never stop, we never rest, yeah. The backup beats will keep it funky fresh, yeah. And we won't stop until we get y'all, till we get y'all saying. My daily operation. Gotta put in work in this crazy occupation. Gotta keep it moving, that's the motivation. Gotta ride the waves and keep a tight relation with my team. Keep it moving and doing it right. Up in the lab every day till daylight. That's the way things move in this monkey business. Took an old samba song and remixed it.
Put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging. You let me know, but I planted a seed, just let me grow. I'm on my knees while I'm begging, cause I don't wanna lose you. I got my arms so spread, I hope that my heart gets fed. Matter of fact, girl, I'm begging. Why we got good shit, don't embrace it? Why the feel for the need to replace me? You're on the runway track from the good. I'm only painting a picture, telling where we could be at. Like a heart in a dash where it should. You done gave it away, you had it till you took your pick. But I keep walking on, keep open doors, keep hoping for that the call is yours. Keep those on hold, cause I don't wanna live in a broken home, girl, I'm begging.
Amazingly alive. a single drum. The darkness is broken, the fear is gone. Falling into you. Falling into you.
This must be underwater love. The way I feel it is slipping all over me. This must be underwater love. The way I feel it.
O que é esse amor da água? Dá-me sentir quanto para se dar esse amor. This is it, underwater love. It's so deep, so beautiful. Esse amor com paixão. Ai. Esse amor com paixão. Ai, que coisa. After the rain comes sun. After the sun comes rain. After the rain comes sun. After the sun comes rain. After the rain comes sun. After the sun comes rain. This must be underwater love. The way I feel it slipping all over me. This must be underwater love. The way I feel it. O que é esse amor da água? Desde que eu não quero mais nada. Follow me now to a place you only dreamt of before I came along. When I first saw you, I was deep in clear blue water. The sun was shining, calling me to come and see you. I touched your soft skin and you jumped in, got your eyes closed, and a smile upon your face was a thing, was a high, was a thing high. Venga aqui pra cá porque eu quero te beijar na sua boca. Que coisa louca. Venga aqui pra cá porque eu quero te beijar na sua boca. Oh, que boca gostosa. After the rain comes sun. After the sun comes rain. After the rain comes sun. After the sun comes rain. Caia, caia, tudo. Pra lá e pra cá, vamos nadar e vamos underwater love. The way I feel it slipping all over me. This must be underwater love. The way I feel it all over. All over.
A warm welcome from the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom. My name is Jana Weber, and I'm the Manager Programs and Outreach at our Europe office here in Brussels. Yet again, I'd like to welcome all of you to another session, another Alde Party Congress Fringe meeting of FNF in cooperation with the New Central Europe Initiative. Since 2017, the NCE has been a party platform for support, training. Today, what we'd like to offer you for this Fringe meeting is going to be first a screening of a video project called Politics is for Other People. This video project was an amazing cooperation of several FNF project offices, several parties. You're going to see it. You're hopefully going to love it. We brought together actors from all over Europe. And we have 6 NCE member parties who are going to tell us a bit about their inspiring stories, challenges, and motivations as liberals in the region. After the screening, you're going to hear a couple of words from our director, David, and we're going to conclude with a panel discussion with great guests, which is going to be moderated by the NIAS International Officer, Felix Mittermeier. So without further ado, have fun with the screening.
I never expected to be a politician. It wasn't my dream.
Even now, I don't consider myself as a politician, because what means politician? I don't want to make retire from politics.
Tak si niektorí ľudia robili srandičky, lebo už ma poznali ako tú právničku, ktorá hovorí komplikovaným jazykom, že preboha, že fúha, Irena, že ak ty chceš naozaj nejakým spôsobom hovoriť aj za tých slabších, tak ja mám pocit, že ti vôbec nebudú rozumieť.
Would like you to have on our list to become member of parliament. And I said, it's crazy because, you know, I'm 64 years old and I'm still a journalist and like to do that.
And just like so many young Hungarians, I felt that this country has no place for me. And I'm fed up with the struggles, fed up with the bad moves, fed up with the hate. And I just packed my bags and moved to the Netherlands to study for a second master's degree in the pursuit of a better life.
People want to fight injustice, people want to do the right thing, people want to see some change. But nobody wants to be part of a political party.
So it was the Easter Friday, the would you consider to be state secretary in my government? Of course, I thought it was a practical joke of my friends. So, come on, I'm sure you are the prime minister, I'm sure. No, I am the prime minister. Now it's a joke. No, it's not a joke. So it was the first time in my life when during the Easter holiday in my family, instead of getting some kilos, I lost 4 kilos, not sleeping and thinking, should I start working for the state?
In 2016, the Brexit referendum and the election of Donald Trump surprised the world. But in the years prior, the politics of Central and Eastern Europe had been flashing warning signs. As the former Soviet bloc countries celebrated 10 years inside the European Union, a wave of nationalist populist parties began a reversal of 25 years of liberal democratic reforms in the former totalitarian states. England seemed like an isolated exception in a stable and pragmatic region. Then suddenly, fueled by fallout from the refugee crisis, more Central European countries made a disturbing turn. A dangerous wind of change had started to blow. But among the bleak news, there's also a spark of hope. All over Central and Eastern Europe, people who had never been part of politics before have set aside their successful careers to get involved in changing the political trajectory of their countries. These are their stories. In 2015, Romanian society and politics were rocked by a tragedy. As hundreds of young people enjoyed a free metal concert at a Bucharest club, pyrotechnics started a devastating fire. 26 died at the club and 38 more perished in hospitals. The hospital death toll revealed a terrible secret about the state of the Romanian health system. Massive street protests led to the fall of the government to manage the fallout.
So the president proposed me to become prime minister. I had 24 hours to decide whether I accept or not. Finally, I accepted. It was very difficult for me because I was not convinced that I am ready to assume such a responsibility. It was a little bit a crazy decision for me at that time, but with the condition to form an independent government not connected to political parties. Of course, I understood that I need to have a majority in the parliament, but on the meantime, to start some reforms. I was a little bit naive at that time because I really supposed that the political parties, all political parties, understood the message from the street, from the people, and they will be really ready to start deep reforms.
Those 6 months were quite relevant because I understood delayed comparing with other European countries, why the public system is so blocked, so bona fide, so not working. In about November, it appeared that that rumor about a new party who USR saved Bucharest Union initially, and they ran for the local elections and they got an amazing result, 30% in Bucharest, which was more than double than they really expected. So they decided in June, they decided to run national. I said, okay, I will work in Sibiu. I will check the branch of USR from Sibiu. If they have a candidate for the parliament, so be it. It's a sign I will go back to my business. If not, I will run for the parliament. Okay. I met the people from USR branch in Sibiu, and it was like love at first sight.
In the short time before critical reforms, but the progress was short-lived. In the 2016 election, the status quo Social Democratic Party came back stronger than ever. They did not just reverse the reforms, but began dismantling the foundations of the anti-corruption process.
The main priority for them, for this new government and the party who won elections, was to change the justice laws in order to protect their leader. And the people came on the street. And some people said, look, we are now on the street because in 2016, when he was in the government, with an independent government, we had for the first time the feeling of what it means to have a normal government, not an extraordinary one, but a normal one.
The actions of the government brought out a new wave of protests. In its midst, a new liberal movement around former Prime Minister Dacian Cholos emerged. It soon became a political party called Plus. The closeness of ideas and values, same roof. In the parliamentary elections of December 2020, the coalition achieved the third best result and became a key government partner.
If you create the right movement, you can mobilize this kind of energies, and the society can change very quickly. But you should inspire confidence to the people. Confidence that you really work for them and you really want to work with them and you need them also.
The old parties completely lose energy and credibility. And in this moment, the Romanian society is struggling to find a new direction.
This system, look, vote, you have to vote us and then we will take care of you for 4 years. This is the wrong way to do things. Our message now is, let's do things together. We will go in the parliament, some of us in the government, years to change things. We need you and we have to work together.
50% of high school students are dreaming in this moment to leave the country, 50%. With such a figure, it's a huge danger that in, I don't know, 15, 20, 25 years, Romania became just railway stations for changing the train from east to west. After 30 years, does exist that kind of wrong perception that, okay, decent, regular, decent, fair people should take care of their family, their business, their children's school, their house, their holiday, their life, and the politics, it's dirty, it's corrupted, it's not for us, it's not for the people, it's for the others. The bribe in hospital is about politics. The holes in the road, it's about politics. Everything is actually about politics. And it's so doing politics. I'm not interested in politics because it's corrupted. I think ESR is exactly the party, and I would like to dream that in, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, somewhere in the future, the people will start to understand from the kindergarten, from the high school to the rest of their lives, that it is exactly their duty and their power to be part of the politics.
In 2013, Budapest announced its candidacy to host the Summer Olympic Games. An avid sports fan and stadium builder, Viktor Orban saw the Olympics as a crowning achievement of a historic reign. But the years of a liberal, regressive politics were waking a new kind of opposition.
At a certain point, I just started to feel responsible. Who will make the country a better place? What will happen with those who struggle? What will happen with the elderly people who just cannot afford to move countries anymore? So I started to look into possibilities on how could I help. And this was the moment when an old friend of mine from high school called András called me and he presented his idea about founding a party. So what place could we play young idealist people without money, without powerful sponsors, without the organization background one would imagine to need for a political party? But, you know, his enthusiasm just somehow got to me. And I was thinking more and more about it at long nights when I was just reading the terrible news coming out of Hungary. And then at one point, I decided to give it a shot. During our first campaign, in -10 degrees, it was the record coldest winter ever in Hungary, and my toes almost froze during the, 12, 13 hours I was standing out in the cold, in the snow.
In the winter of 2017, the newly formed Momentum initiated a campaign for a local referendum to stop Budapest's Olympic bid. The No Olympia campaign argued that the Games and the accompanying corruption would swallow billions needed to fix the country's education, healthcare and infrastructure. On February 17th, Momentum submitted 266,000 signatures, twice as many as required. 5 days later, the city withdrew its Olympic bid and the starting gun on Momentum's political future went off.
Well, a few years passed, and we are in the European Parliament. We are in so many city councils, holding mayoral offices. We are doing legislation. Start making our ideas to be part of the lives of people. Last year, the United Opposition won the local elections. We have our own mayor running Budapest right now, and now the United Opposition is polling very close to Fidesz, sometimes even beating it. I will never accept that Mr. Orbán will be here to stay. Every regime falls at one point.
When the party of an extremist right-wing mayor of a small Slovak town shocked its way into parliament, a group of intellectuals felt it was time to leave their successful careers behind and build a different vision for modern Slovakia. Less than a month later, their leading economist Martin Filko drowned in an accident on the Danube. The tragedy convinced the close circle of friends that Slovakia was born. In just 3 years, a member of Progressive Slovakia would be president of the country. Their candidate would be a mayor of Bratislava, and they would win the most votes in the European elections. And then came shock. In 2020, in their first parliamentary elections, Progressive Slovakia falls 1,000 votes short of entering parliament. Disappointment leads to a courageous move. Progressive Slovakia selects a human rights lawyer and a member of the marginalized Roma community as its leader.
A tak vlastne vznikla skupina cirka 10 zakladateľov, ktorí jednak zdieľali spoločné hodnoty, jednak verili, že politika sa dá robiť aj ako veľký koncept o veľkej vízii. Že sa dá robiť tak, aby sme to boli my, kto ovplyvňuje voličský dopyt, a stávali sa trendsettermi a tými, ktorí ľuďom, že tie hranice a predsudky a strachy máme iba vo svojej hlave. A to bola postupne aj taká jedna z DNA črt progresívneho Slovenska, že sme verili, že Slovensko má naviac, že môžeme otvárať naozaj témy súvisiace s globálnymi hrozbami, že môžeme ponúkať slovenskú politiku konečne, ktorá nie je provinčná, ktorá sa neobmedzuje na ten bezbrehý populizmus, ktorá neprichádza s riešeniami použiteľnými na 4 roky. Mňa osobne tým, že som teda žila témou extrémizmu, asi oveľa viacej desili práve tie antisystémové sily, lebo na konci som dôverovala, že tie establishmentové strany si vždy snad zachovajú nejaký kus príčetnosti a ani pre vidinu politického prospechu nebudú nejakým spôsobom destrukcii demokracie. Aj keď aj u nás sme boli svedkami toho, že veľká časť tých klasických štandardných strán v snahe obstať v súťaži s extrémistami sa nechala nimi inšpirovať a potom to boli už naozaj akože len preteky, kudnú, kto je väčší populista, kto je väčší anticiganista, kto má menej rád migrantov a takto. Čiže buď sa v istej fáze bránili systém so všetkými jeho chybami, aby teda nedovolili legitimizovať extrémistický narratív, alebo sa iná časť tým narratívom inšpirovala. A to bol vlastne aj takéto východisko, to boisko, na ktorom sa rodilo progresívne Slovensko. Ako tretia strana, ktorá presne nechce ponúkať opravárske nejaké detaily v jednotlivých rezortoch a tým ľuďom zaslepovať oči, že ako to veľmi zmení ich život a teraz už bude štát spravodlivý ku všetkým.
Striving to become the youngest head of government in the world, Sebastian Kurz creates an unsavoury coalition between his Conservative People's Party and the right-wing Freedom Party. Herbert Kickl, the new Freedom Party Interior Minister, states, "I believe that it is up to the law to follow politics, and not for politics to follow the law." 2 years later, a secret recording from Ibiza is leaked. The head of the Freedom Party, Strache, is seen boasting about his ties with Russia and discussing the idea of a Russian takeover of a popular Austrian tabloid in order to help the Freedom Party's electoral prospects. The leader of the young Liberal Party, Neos, is the first to call for the government's resignation. Elections are held. Neos reaches out to a prominent journalist, Helmut Brandstetter, to join its list and has its best showing, winning 8%. But with Sebastian Kurz riding his personal popularity to remain Chancellor, not all is well.
Will Austria be a democracy in 20 years? I do not know. As I always say, it's part of populism is to divide society. And I heard it from the Chancellor Kurz, when I still was a journalist. He said, "You are my friend or you're my foe. I expect you to be my friend and you write more or less what I would like to read. If you're not my friend, you are my foe. You cannot be a journalist who is independent. If you want to kill a fish, you can beat the fish or you can just wait." And that's the Austrian way. That is the nice way. They wouldn't say we influence newspapers or we buy or we do too much pressure. But they do it with commercials, and they offer, if you're, as I said, if you're my friend, you get more money, you probably get another post. One of the words Mr. Strache, who was then Vice Chancellor of Austria, said was, "We," and he said, "Zack, zack, zack." We go into newspapers and we find out who are in favor of us, who are against us. We kick out those, we bring out new people, so we change the media world. And he said a few other things also in this video. And when I saw the video, I was convinced at the very second, this is the end of this government. And since I already had seen as a journalist that the country gets more and more authoritarian, I was sitting down the next Monday starting to write a book. I knew that it has to be finished in 4 weeks because there would be elections in fall. And I was sitting down, and the more I was writing, during my writing, I got more and more convinced how they are about to change our society. And I wrote it down in this book. And when I was nearly ready after 4 or 5 weeks, and it was clear when the elections would be, I got a phone call from an old friend who was working then, who used to work for the Conservative Party, for ÖVP, but then was working for the Liberal. We were talking about you, and we were talking about the next elections. We would like you to have on our list to become Member of Parliament. He was quite good in convincing me, and he explained to me, look, you did everything and what you could do as a journalist. Why don't start a new career? And we have to get stronger as a liberal force. Because he said, you're writing about how much Austria becomes an authoritarian state. If you want to fight that, fight it as a politician.
In the days leading up to the 2015 elections, moderate President Branislav Komorowski seems headed for re-election, with a solid lead in the polls. But the end of the day brings a shocking turn. The Law and Justice Party candidate is in the lead and ultimately wins the election. The centrist Civic Platform's government is soon replaced by populist nationalist rule that swiftly bent public media to its will. and most recently passed a backward anti-abortion law. With Komarovsky's loss, his aide Monica Rosa thought about going back to Silesia to resume a career as a local journalist. But her friends at Nowoczesna, a new liberal party, suggest that she go back to run for parliament instead. Now a deputy in the Sejm, she ends up at the front line in the fight against the destructive populist wave drowning Polish politics.
I think I grew up during my job for Chancellor, the President of Poland, from just activists to maybe better formed citizen. But after the job, I understood that if you wanted to make Poland a better place, you have to decide to join or a political party or movement, and a place to live step by step. It won't change immediately, unfortunately, but we can do it together step by step. That's why I decided to join Nowoczesna. Nowoczesna in 2015, when PiS took all the power, was seen as the most active party in parliament. We're a team, we're full of energy. We thought we'll fight with PiS and change Poland. It was everything but fun. And it was a constantly fight in parliament. And we lose another battle and another battle and another battle. So it was a long journey. Not everyone here in Poland after 1989, and they found the key to Poles' hearts. They said them that it's not your fault that you are struggled again and again every day with everyday issues. It's Civil Platform fault, it's SLD fault, it's everyone's fault but not yours. And we give you back your dignity. We are focused on these biggest values as women's rights, but what does it mean? It means to have an opportunity to be treated equally as a man in your job, to have an opportunity to go to the doctor, to have an opportunity to have a chance that your children will go to the kindergarten. And so the values and ideas are above these ordinary things, but they are for this have to solve these ordinary problems. I could feel lonely in Polish parliament when we lose another voting and another voting. But on the other hand, I feel like a part of the biggest family and biggest movement in the European Union, open, liberal, democratic movement. And this feeling empowers me and makes me stronger and keep on what I'm doing here in Poland.
"25 years after the fall of communism, Bulgaria's justice system had preserved one fatal flaw from the constitution of the totalitarian state: a chief prosecutor with extraordinary power and no oversight. With Liberal lawyer Hristo Ivanov becoming justice minister on the heels of massive anti-corruption protests, a small step in the right direction might be possible. A change to the constitution was negotiated, approved, and even passed at a so-called first reading. Remaining was just the second reading. Instead of affirming the agreed text, the parliament, led by Prime Minister Borisov's party, reversed direction completely. Sneaking a last-minute change, the deputies solidified the supremacy of the chief prosecutor and his unchecked power to stop any meaningful corruption case at will. Hristo Ivanov resigned on the spot. Exactly 1 year later to the day, he announced the formation of a new liberal political movement, Da Bulgaria, In 2021, the party joined a coalition that got the most votes in Sofia and entered parliament with 10% of the national vote.
We stand a very good chance of not simply being in the parliament. We are able, in a stark disproportion with to impose the agenda of the national public conversation. Judicial reform became a central question about how Bulgarian state is organized. Is it based on law? Is it government of people? Or is it government of laws? Is it based on personal relationships? Is it based on rules? And then what do we do about corruption? What is justice? I thought I'm dealing with a very specific constitutional and legal elements of the state, and suddenly it turned out to be a central political question, central for the very idea about Bulgarian statehood. And the question about the European standard of justice and European standard of being a citizen came in Bulgarian politics through the cracks of this very technical and peculiar issue of the judicial reform. And I was caught in the middle. The thing that I was always sure that I will not do was party politics. I had the opportunity to become a minister of justice in a cabinet that I knew from the very beginning that it has absolutely no intention to make judicial reforms, that they have actually quite the opposite intention. They wanted to preserve everything as it is, but they needed someone to create an impression, a lie. And I agreed to be that lie because I was hoping that if we can have someone in the position who would actually genuinely name the things with their actual names and doesn't lie and doesn't cover up. And if we have someone who is trying to mobilize the sort of public opinion in Bulgaria and then the European institutions, that might produce enough of a traction to sort of overcome the original intent of subterfuge. And in a way, it didn't work like planned, but then it worked like intended. Because what happened is I felt I wasn't able to overcome the will of the government and of the political class in Bulgaria to preserve their ability to abuse power. And I had to resign. But then I think it created a public drama and created a sort of illustration of what's wrong and what's which then over longer term mobilized people and created focus for mobilization.
What means freedom means assuming responsibilities. If we want to really change society, we have to assume also the responsibility to run for elections.
Personal mission of mine, and also a mission of my party, to show to the world that Hungary does not equal Mr. Orban. We believe in conversation, and we believe in having long talks with whoever comes our way, be it our supporter or be it from the completely other side of the camp, just to talk about life, to talk about politics, talk about the future of Hungary, of Europe.
I founded the television station in Austria with three other people, and that was very, very complicated. But to found a party in Austria where, you know, or conservative is kind of impossible. So when I heard that Matthias Strolz was founding a new party, I really thought he's my hero, you know, because it's so difficult to do that.
New parties and new energy emerge in the politics because USR opened the door.
if I were not a dad of two small kids, I wouldn't be able to do what I do. Contacts fight. It's not simply fight with words. It's a very physical in a sense. With the reality that, you know, there are people that have enormous illegitimate power in this country that make a lot of money out of that power, but it's not about the money. Power is an end in itself.
A toto ma teší, že proste už dnes, nie teda o 50 rokov, sa im snažím a ako veľmi je nevyhnutné, aby sme za ním bojovali, pretože tak je to správne a ja chcem, aby moje deti vedeli už teraz, že ktoré tie boje sú správne.
No, I believe that ordinary people, and I am an ordinary woman, can make extraordinary things.
Dear Alde Congress participants, dear Liberal friends, for me it was a great honor to work on this film, to meet all of these amazing people who have kind of in some ways made life-changing decisions in order to be part of a political change which is so very necessary for Eastern Europe. It was a major team effort. I want to also thank the Friedrich Naumann team who were incredibly understanding and helpful in pulling this thing together in the middle of 7 participants who were incredibly busy. Some of them were in the middle of elections, and somehow everything came together so that we could tell the story and bring it to as many people as possible. People who would find that actually, you know, being a liberal politician is really much more about being a liberal person and someone who cares about freedom and how we could all live better than caring about being a politician or having a job or being a member of parliament. I'm very humbled and honored to have been part of this project, and I hope you enjoyed the film. Thank you very much.
Hello from Brussels again, and welcome to the 4th New Central Europe Fringe event at the Alde Congress. I'm very happy that you are coming back from this virtual trip through Central Europe that we just took together. And Congress to again demonstrate what New Central Europe, what this idea that was founded, that was created in 2017 by 4 member parties of ALDE together, what New Central Europe stands for and what it delivers. What we are, and I think this film showed this in a very entertaining and stimulating way, is that we are unified in our common values, our liberal values, but we choose very different ways based on the specific conditions that we find to pursue them in politics. And I want to use this opportunity, first of all, to thank the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung very much for making this project possible and giving us the chance to demonstrate this diversity in unity, or unity in diversity. We have a great panel today here now as a second part of this Fringe event of 4 very distinguished speakers, which I already see in front of me and I hope very soon behind me. But before I come briefly to introduce those who participated in the film and who will not be participating in the panel now, I start very simply with the founding members of New Central Europe, starting with Katka Cea of Momentum, member of European Parliament, Vice President of European Parliament now, then Irena Bihariova of the chair of Progressive Slovakia, then Monika Rosa, member of Parliament for Nowoczesna, Poland, and of course Helmut Brandstätter from NEOS, Austria, also member of Parliament. So these are the four representatives of the founding members of New Central Europe. But New Central Europe has grown. We are now New Central Europe Plus, and we are this thanks to, for example, Hristo Ivanov, chair of DA Bulgaria and member of Parliament, and of course the two representatives from Romania who will join us now on the panel. Dan Bana, Vice Prime Minister and Chair of USR. Hello, Dan. And our President of the Renew Group in the European Parliament. Hello, Dacian. The other two distinguished guests who will speak to us now on the panel are Nicola Beer, Vice President of the European Parliament and Vice Chair of the FDP, and of course, grüß dich, Beate, my very own party chair, Beate Meinl-Reisinger from NEOS. Unfortunately, bad news first. We don't have a lot of time, so I have to restrict you in your statements. But I would like to kindly ask you to answer 2 questions each. You have 2 minutes each time in 2 rounds. Just to give us an idea of your perspectives of what New Central Europe stands for and what is the future. The first question, and if you allow me, I would like to start with you, Dacian, is what are the common values and the common challenges for liberal parties of New Central Europe? And which one of those values and these challenges do they share specifically with the parties of other ALDE member parties in Europe? 2 minutes. Thank you, Dacian.
Yeah, thank you. So it's obvious that we have common values because as you can see, a lot of this new political movement in the central and eastern part of Europe are now part of liberal family of ALDE political party of Renew Europe political family. So I would say individual freedoms, the right, in fact, for each one of us to work and to fight to accomplish her dreams, as long as it will not do harm to the others. So these individual freedoms, rule of law principle, the respect for the justice and for the others. And also this spirit of modernity, the spirit of evolution, innovation, you will find in our political family and new political parties desire to work together with others in order to improve the quality of life, respecting also the rights of each one to live as they want and as they wish. For these new parties issued from civil society movement, it's also a way to change the politics, to change, in fact, the old politics, and to bring closer the politics to the people. And as I mentioned in this movie, to work not only for the people, but to work together with the people. And I think the politics, in not only in European Union, but in the world, needs, because this is for me the risk, the very big risk to increase the autocracy and to increase even the dictatorship when the politicians, the leaders don't work with the people, but only for the people, and in fact, starting with a certain point, they work only for themselves, just to keep the power, but not to improve the quality of life of the people. And this new political movement issued from civil society and civil movement, I think can bring some fresh blood in the politics, and the most familiar place to do that is the liberal movement. And you can see in our group, for example, in European Parliament, you have traditional liberal political parties, as it's the case also with FDP, and I am very grateful to see Nicola here with us. But you also have all these new political, very tough discussions about how to improve the things in European Union. But when we succeed to do that, we are the kingmakers in European Parliament, which prove that liberal values, traditional liberal values, are fitted with these new expectations, this new political movement.
Thank you, Dacian. Thank you very much. And you mentioned already Nicola Beer, Vice President of the European Parliament. Nicola, can you please take over?
Yes, thank you, and hello everybody. It's great to see the film. It's a great film, and also to discuss with you. When it comes to the European common values within the Western and the Eastern state, I think, especially for Germany, this is the sense of freedom. I mean, you remember Germany was divided in an Eastern part, in a Western part, so nearly everybody knew somebody had family in the Eastern part. We all strategies we had to do, for example, to get messages through, to discuss with your family members, to see them. You were always guarded by the Secret Service. And so the sense of freedom and really to fight for your freedoms, for citizens' rights, and not only as a theoretical topic at university and philosophy, but really risking at the end not only your job, your career, but maybe even life, to be in prison. I mean, these are feelings I think we share with these countries we saw in the film, and which are we're not only fighting to get rid of the communism, but now also fighting to really implement those European values, democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of the media, absence of corruption, so that there is not a political class people. And as Dacian mentioned, it's so important to make clear that politics, it's really about participation, it's about engagement of everybody. Because if you abstain from that, you will not have the society you want to have. You will not make your country a better place. And this is some engagement we have to do each day, because if you are not fighting for your freedoms, neither it will be in the Eastern or in the Western countries or all over the world, then those freedoms will get lost. And so this fight for freedom, this is for me crucial in our Alde Party, in the work together with those new parties as momentum, but also in the group in European Parliament.
Thank you, Nicola, for that. And you said something great, the fight for freedom. Dan, is this something that is a common value between East and West?
For sure it is. Because hello, my dear liberal friends all over the Europe. I was thinking to this specific question, because the interesting, following the situation in Romania and in Eastern Europe related with what's happening in the last years, it's interesting because the liberal movement and the liberal values, when they are around, let's say, in the last 200 years, actually always need to readapt and to try to fit its way to perform and to remain credible, because what was available 5 years ago, 4 years ago, when USR and USR Plus and then USR Plus started and emerged, it's not so available and so credible any longer now between the young generations in Romania, because the populism and the extremists, which was not now there. So we thought that Romania succeeded to get rid of extremists. And we are quite comfortable that, okay, USR and USR Plus now It's the alternative to both parties, the National Liberals, which are actually a conservative party in Romania, and the Social Democrats. And the modern party, it was and it is USR Plus. What somehow amazing, but not so amazing, but actually the scouters and the people following the political phenomena doesn't notice that this new extremist party, our sort of Romanian Union or Unity something, I refuse to remember their names. So this extremist party is there. Now we need to readjust our message and our capacity to be credible to the young generations, because always the extremist part is tempting. So it's always a necessity, and I think this is the main idea in my intervention. It's always a pressure and always a challenge on the liberals parties, not only in the Eastern and Central Europe, but in all Europe, to refit and readapt our message and our values to the young generations which are stepping in politics. And we are always tempted to consider that one success is enough. It is never enough.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. One success is never enough. Beate, that also rings a bell with NEOS. May I ask you for your statement?
Thank you, Felix. I have a question. Is it possible to maybe mute your computer audio? I think it's the co-moderator, because I have an echo here. Is it only me?
Okay, we are trying to look at that. Sorry for that.
So, but wonderful afternoon. It's really, it's an honor to be here. We would say in German, wir sind gekommen, zu bleiben. So we founded NEOS several years ago, and it was clear from the beginning that this shouldn't be just for one election, but furthermore for a really progressive movement towards bringing change towards Austrian politics. What really strikes me now that I saw also this video from the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung was the development that NEOS undertook during the last years, but also Austrian politics. When NEOS was founded, we were, and it's not easy to found a party, as it was mentioned by Helmut Brandstätter, it was a movement of young, critical, liberal people who wanted to bring change and reforms to our country. But now, several years later, we are here, I would say, stuck together with a lot of other countries that really fight is going towards an authoritarian way. What we see now in Austrian politics, and some years ago, I would have said that it is only the right-wing, far right-wing party FPÖ that is bringing these kind of politics into Austrian politics, but now it is more the conservative now that obviously in the erosion of traditional political systems, so-called old party, and this is taking place everywhere. But in this process of erosion, on one hand, there are young movements growing, grassroots movements like NEOS, like Nowe Czesna, like Momentum. But on the other hand, all parties tend to reform themselves towards populistic movements. And this is what we see now in Austria. It is, it is shocking that in Austria is towards, to protect the judicial system in Austria. There are more and more attacks on the judicial system, that we fight now against attacks on the Court of Justice, that we fight for free media, that we also fight for the freedom of speech sometimes. And this is in a way shocking, but it's a day-to-day fight that we do here. And for the future, I think it is necessary to focus on a very optimistic approach of our future and the personal strength of everybody to make a change every day.
Thank you, Beate, for also leading over to the second step, because we are liberals, we are always looking forward also. So again, apologies for the lack of time, but just now, very briefly, another round. What are the perspectives for New Central Europe, especially in cooperation with Alde and with the other European liberal parties? What are really, what role can New Central Europe play? What can we concretely do to support each other in this phase of these very specific, on one side, but sometimes even very common challenges of the rising authoritarianism? Dacian, may I start with you again, but please, in order to finish in time, please be short. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Felix. So very shortly, I think the challenge for us now in the politics is to regain the confidence of the people in politics and reconnect the politics to the ground, to the field with the people. And this is why our political family proposed at European level this conference on the future of Europe. And I know that you are discussing about that in the Congress of Alde, because we have our own Guy Verhofstadt of the European Parliament in this process. So this conference could be also a very good way to connect the politics with the people. And I hope that for 2024, our political family will be ready to propose, why not, transnational lists, so European lists, so to propose also a new way to do politics. And ALDE, the experience of ALDE party, it's very valuable here, because it can help us, these new political parties to build a common political culture by training, exchange of experience, of good practices, and not only at European level, but also all across the world, because the liberal values are valuable all across the world. And we have to reinforce this idea. So very shortly, Felix, this is my message.
Thank you. Like that. Thank you. Nicola, may I invite you for your short statement on the future perspectives of cooperation? You're muted. Micro.
Yeah, sorry, but I also have this whole this noise in the background. So really to deeply implement and embed the sister parties all over Europe in our European family, I think this is key, because then they can work together, you can share experience, especially also to see how to reform with the same values, our administrative structures, campaigning together, helping and supporting also in campaigns. I think this is really important, and what I would emphasize is to learn from each other in both directions. And this is also a hope I have in the conference of the future for Europe, that there is first a dialogue with people to understand the points of view also from other sides, and really to search for a common vision for Europe. So this is not a top-down project. This is really grassroots project, and we have to bring on board really as most people all over Europe for this vision of Europe in 20-25 years, not with a finger raised and patronized people how it has to be, but really to work it out all together. Because Brussels is not the next central government which suppresses people. This is really a union in diversity, as you mentioned in the first beginning. And I think we should respect this diversity of style of life, of culture, of languages, maybe also of priorities in politics. But we share the common value, and this should be the base of our political family.
Very much. Thank you. Coming back to this unity and diversity also. Dan, may I ask you for a short perspective on the future?
The particularities of our party, and the movie show it very clear, is that the biggest part of our members are new people in politics. In USR Plus, it's exactly the same. I think the party is on the local market for 5 years. 98% of our members are people who never been in politics before. And because of this, Alde support and Friedrich Naumann support and Lipsen support was really useful and really important and counted a lot. Because 2 and 3 years ago, when all our members were at the first step, literally the first step and first days in politics, your trainings and your presence and your know-how kit and everything was really like a bottle of water in the desert, because nothing about real politics. So it counted a lot. So my idea is to be very appropriate with our international context today. I think Alde should be, and Friedrich Naumann should be a super spreader of the liberal values, because continuing acting like this, we can hope will remain relevant for the new and young generations, which will be the next politicians for our parties and for our communities. Thank you. Be super spreader. That's the key.
Thank you, Dan. Super spreader is great quote. I think FNF will be very happy to have that on the next campaign. Sorry, Beate, your perspective. You already started, but now please come back to this. Your perspective on the future cooperations. What can we do better and together, especially? Thank you.
Well, when I look back at the founding of NEOS, I think it, and this was one idea, that young movements that are not coming out of established parties, they really need insights in just basic things. Everything is difficult, from inner party democracy up to, I don't know, marketing, recruiting, whatever. So you need advice. And I think it's also crucial to see that you're not alone. So when NEOS was founded, we were alone. And it was then 1.5 years later, in our first election for the European Parliament, that we were really having the feeling, okay, we are part of something bigger, and this is the ALDE. So there are other peoples in Europe that share the same values, they have the same ideas of liberal democracies, and also for change and individual power for the people. So what should be done in the future? So really help young movements to establish. I think we are facing in Europe major structural topics. There is a change going on. Might it be climate change, or might it be the costs or the economic effects of the pandemic situation, or the costs of it? We have to face those and tackle those problems together and bring suitable, practical, liberal solutions to the people in order to re-establish trust. And therefore we should work together on that. We have to be smarter, we have to be faster, and of course we have to have a common liberal approach to all of these major problems.
Thank you very much. That's a perfect final word, actually, and we're just in time. So thank you also for your discipline in the timely answers. I'm very, very sad that I have to close. But thank you very much, and thanks again to Alde and to Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, of course. And yes, New Central Europe Plus will continue to work, will continue to grow, and see you very soon in person, hopefully. Thank you very much, and bye.
Hello and welcome. We are actually live from the studio at our eCongress, but actually we have all our panelists joining right where you are watching this online. We're also live on our social media channels, so great to see everyone literally streaming in. So welcome everyone, wherever you're joining from, for what should be a very interesting discussion, I think, on pushing Europe further through digital policy. And you can see that we have a bit of a theme at this year's Congress, responsible spending for sustainable growth and jobs. So you can see that the topic of digital policy fits right in. So there will be a lot to cover in the next hour and a half, but first, to quickly introduce myself and the studio team that you have here. I'm Laura, I head up the engagement unit at the Alde Party, and I'm joined by my colleague Natalie, who's in the background, and you know her already. She's put together this event and works on our... We will be feeding our fantastic moderator some questions during this event, so please do get involved. Ask your question. There's never been a better panel of experts to answer your digital policy questions. We're going to be using Slido for this, and you can join at using the code 8702 to ask your questions to the panel. We'll be feeding those questions from Slido to our moderator during this event. So huge welcome once again to everyone. To discuss all of this, we really have the perfect panel and moderated by Henrik. Some of you might know him. Henrik Bach Mortensen is Vice President of the Alde Party. And I'm going to quickly introduce him and then let him introduce the other speakers for you. So, yeah, Henrik, what to say? He's specialized in political advocacy and organizations all around the world. So lastly from me, speaking of those global companies, I just want to say a huge thanks to our partners for this event. We have Sky and Microsoft here, who have been long-standing partners of the Alde Party. We can always count on them for an interesting but also honest discussion. So that's it for me. Really looking forward to this, and I will pass over to Henrik. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura. Could I just ask whether things are working as they should?
Everything's working as it should, Henrik.
Super, super. It's a long way to the northern part of Zealand, but it seems to be working. Thank you so much, Laura. Now, so I'd also like to welcome you to this online digital event on pushing Europe further through digital policy, a very, very important and relevant issue now. The background for this, of course, is that the European Union are taking advantage of the development of digital policy by working with European member states and citizens, so that as we move into the new digital age, we can use these technologies in a safe and effective manner that hopefully benefits everyone. As we push forward into the new decade, the development of such technologies and the policies that govern them will be increasingly important, especially considering how important digital investments will be for our economies as we enter the post-COVID-19 period. Therefore, the Alde Party are happy to bring together key industrial stakeholders and EU politicians to discuss how our vision for Europe's digital development can become a reality and how it can help boost the EU economy and jobs market to come back, hopefully stronger than ever. Enough to have a very distinguished panel with us today. And I'd like to introduce our panel for you. We have 4 participants. First of all, Dita Sharontsova, who is the Vice President of the European Parliament from the Czech Republic. She's also a Vice President of the Alde Party, so she's a good colleague of mine. She was elected first in 2014 and is now serving her second mandate within the Liberal Renew group. She completed a doctorate degree from the University of Economics in Prague and graduated from the Diplomatic Academy in Madrid. She's a former diplomat whose postings included the Czech permanent representation to the EU during the Czech presidency. And in the European Parliament, she's a Renew spokesperson for the Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee and a substitute member in the International Trade Committee. She was named MEP of the Year in 2016. She was also among the 20 most influential women that are shaping Brussels politics in 2020, according to Politico. So welcome to you, Dita. Our second panelist is Liesje Schijnemaker, who is also a Renew Europe MEP from the VVD in the Netherlands. She serves as a member on the Committee for International Trade and the Delegation for Relations with the United States. And she's a substitute member for the Committee on the International Market and Consumer Protection and in the Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Aid. She was also appointed Vice Chairman of the LGBTI Intergroup in the European Parliament on behalf of Renew. She is alumni of the European Women's Academy, and she holds bachelor degrees in law from the University of Amsterdam and a master's degree in law from Leiden University in the Netherlands. So welcome to you all. First, Jeremy Rollingston, who's a senior director at the EU Government Affairs within Microsoft Corporate External and Legal Affairs Group. He leads the policy team and corresponding regulatory engagement on issues ranging from data policy, trade, economic recovery, SME startup, etc. With an individual focus on data policy, he's responsible for much of Microsoft's engagement with EU stakeholders on policy surrounding emerging data issues, particularly the challenges and opportunities related to the provision and development of cloud and of artificial intelligence. Prior to joining Microsoft, he was part of Nokia's EU Government Relations Office and was previously director of the European Digital Media Association in Brussels. He has more than 15 years of EU policy experience. Lastly, Daniel Friedlander, EU Office and European Affairs Director. Sky is Europe's largest entertainment company, directly present in many European countries and active in EU member states through joint ventures or partnerships. Sky is in a unique position in Europe as a content creator, news channel operator, content distributor, internet service provider, and mobile network operator. With Sky Studio, Sky aims to become Europe's largest investor in original content production. Daniel holds a BA from McGill University in Montreal, an MA from the College of Bruges, and an MBA from Imperial College in London, having focused on digital distribution platforms. So, as you can all hear, it's a very competent panel, which we are working with today, and I welcome you once more. And should we now go on to the discussion? We have prepared some issues that we want to touch on, but as Laura said, we will also open up for questions from the audience at a later stage. I would first of all suggest that you all take the floor on sort of an opening question of an open character. And simply, I'd like to ask all of you, to what extent you think that the digital agenda of the EU will shape the future of Europe? That is, are we dealing with something really important, or is it nitty-gritty? Who'd like to kick off? Perhaps we should take you in the row that I introduced you. Dita, would you like to be first?
Of course, Henrik. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and good evening to everybody. Well, you ask very good question, and I think we are really at very important stage in the European Union today. I think the way uses to address the digital challenges will have an impact on the shape of the European Union as such. It will influence us as society, it will influence the economy, it will influence the businesses, it will influence the life of every citizen. Look, if we look back how pandemic changed our way of living, we see that the digitalization has improved the quality of our life during the pandemic. From the fact that we started to study online, that we started to meet online, we have Congress online, we shop online more and more often. And I think this is a good thing. In the European Union, we have a law that we established 20 years ago, and I think we should be proud of this law. The e-commerce directive helped many businesses in scale up in the European Union. Where we are now is to seeing certain shortcomings, some issues that we need to address in the future European legislation. But I very much hope that we will promote the open and free internet in the European Union, the basis of our society today. I think people must be free to express themselves online. People must be giving the full range of choices and the education they want to pick up wisely. A free and open digital agenda will lead to a better Europe. A closed one will only close us and isolate Europe, and I think that's something we don't want to have. I think, and I do believe that Europe needs to do more to promote ourselves in the digital world. Europe has just as many smart and educated persons as the United States or these talented individuals. The key is not to isolate them, but to allow them to come up with their innovations, new digital ideas, and let them grow and scale up in the European Union. We can do it with grants, with the venture capital, but also with limited regulation by allowing people to fail and to try again. We do this also by creating backups for market failures, strategic assets, including digital transformation, to help when the market fails. We are doing this on data exchange. We are doing this in critical infrastructure. And I think that the European Union is at its strongest when it's open and free. If our digital agenda supports this, we will continue to be a continent of growth and opportunity. Equally, however, our digital policy can't end this. And hope miracles happen. We as liberals must be the voice of the first choice, the choice that will promote open and free internet. And as long as the member of this group and the member of the European Parliament, I will definitely promote these options. Thank you.
Thank you, Dita. Let's move on to Licia.
Thank you. And it is so great seeing you, all of my liberal friends today through this digital way. I have to be honest, I cannot wait for us to meet in person again. So I'm really much looking forward to that. And well, to answer your question, I think when talking about the digital agenda, three things come to mind. When it comes to digital policy, it should be focused on trust and also leaving room for innovation. And thirdly, we should remember that the digital world is a global one, together with our like-minded partners. So last year, and Dita also spoke about this, we can safely say that a small digital revolution took place. Schools went virtual for our kids. We did a lot of online shopping. We continued our work, connected via Teams, Zoom, WebEx. But also our industry was forced to jump back on its feet, for example, by adjusting and digitalizing their supply chain. And this fast turnaround to digital brought to bear some of the most pressing issues that we need to solve in order to support the digital transformation. And so first of all, the success of the European digital revolution stands or falls with trust. And trust in new technologies and their applications, such as artificial intelligence. And one of the ways to create this trust is by regulating it in the right way. And this is very important because as we have already encountered some vulnerabilities for citizens, we really need to find. Having said that, I also argue that we should not forget that we are still building these technologies. So in order to be able to benefit from them most, we should invest in their development and, for instance, help SMEs to experiment, to implement and improve these technologies. And the unprecedented funds from the Recovery and Resilience Facility, we'll probably discuss it a little bit later, will be a great opportunity to boost innovation and accelerate the digital transformation and support the green transition. And finally, what I said, we should really remember that the digital world is a global one, which requires to work closely together with our like-minded partners, such as the US. And the trade relationship between the EU and the US is the world's biggest trade relationship, worth over 1 trillion per year, 1 trillion euros. And together we account for about a third of the world's trade and standards. So new technologies are great, but it comes with new challenges. Our democratic values, and they are interoperable with those coming from other parts of the world. So it is therefore of utmost importance to strengthen existing and set up new regulatory dialogues with our allies. And as a member of the US delegation in the European Parliament, I've already experienced that these initiatives also exist on the other side of the Atlantic. So we're not alone in that. So in conclusion, I believe that if we create trust, if we invest in these new technologies and collaborate with like-minded countries, the digital agenda will have a great positive impact on the future of Europe. And I look forward to the discussions.
Thank you so much, Licia. Let's move on to Jeremy Rollinson from Microsoft.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to be here. I think it's a perfect question to kick off with. I come back to the point that what we have learned from the pandemic, as our CEO had said, that we saw about 2 years of digital transformation in just a few months. I think the future is already here with us. And I think the pandemic was an example of just where some of those dependencies really are, where some of those opportunities and fortune actually is. I think the pandemic and the lockdowns and confinement, I think all of this would have been so much different if we didn't have that digital infrastructure to fall back on. It was already mentioned, opportunities to continue to connect in an education context, to be able to continue to connect with family and friends, to be able to work online. For many businesses that would have never had that possibility or thought that would be part of something they could do, to be able to collaborate with each other. But I think when we think of the future, I agree, we have a lot of reasons to be optimistic, and we certainly are optimistic about that. But I don't think we would minimize where some of the challenges are there either. And I think the pandemic also highlighted where some of that inequity can damage any of these potential goals and outcomes and objectives that we have. While it was fantastic for those who could fall back into their laptops online to be able to continue to collaborate with colleagues, there are others who still don't have the connectivity necessary in certain parts of Europe and other parts of the world to be able to access those type of technologies. There's people that don't have the skills. We talk a lot about the skills of the future and the coding skills and the way that businesses are digitally transforming and the type of different employees and skills that they would need to bring to those new jobs, even in traditional sectors. But let's not forget about the soft skills for folks for whom now video conferencing is something that we're all very, very used to. I think we're probably too used to it. I've been spending every day on a screen with video conferences, whether with family or with work. But for somebody who was in a face-to-face business, perhaps a bit older, they wouldn't know how to fall into a Zoom call or a Teams chat. How would they use these technologies? Where do they go to find those type of opportunities? If we think of all the exciting things around artificial intelligence and data, and we're certainly excited about that. We're seeing customers from different sectors. But we want to make sure that those benefits are spread out equally as well. There is this idea of an emerging data divide where data falls into the hands of only certain jurisdictions or certain companies. We want to make sure that the benefits aren't limited to those communities. So there's a great opportunity in front of it. Wouldn't minimize the challenges. And I think the legislative agenda that we've looked at in Europe has done a decent job of identifying where some of those opportunities are. I would agree with the interventions, particularly from Mrs. Charansova, around the openness that will be key to the success of these type of strategies. I think it's a completely normal and appropriate idea to want to maintain control of strategic industries and strategic sectors, particularly in times of crisis, and to be able to have options. But that goes hand in hand, I would argue, with the openness. More choice for European consumers, more choices for European businesses will help all of them succeed more globally and locally. So I think we're very excited about the future, but I would also highlight earlier, identifying the things that we still need to fix. I think that'll be a big focus of the agenda and a big determinant of its success.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Let's move on to Daniel Friedlander of Sky.
Thank you, Henrik. It's a pleasure to be here today. Obviously, I very much hope it's the last time that we can't all be together with our liberal friends. I've missed being there, engaging with you, catching up with you. We're not quite at the point where we're quite allowed to do the physical events yet, but I hope this is the last time. And indeed, as all the other speakers have said, the wonders of technology have allowed so much for us to continue our work. And indeed, I think what we've seen is that digital life has become almost life. And that's why the question today is so interesting, because it's also shown, as Jeremy said, the gaps, but then also better rules, clear rules, and for the rules to catch up to the rest of life, where we have had clear regulation. For us, I think what Dita said is fascinating. I would argue it's not about free versus closed, because I'm a fundamental believer in the European project, and I know that Europe will never propose anything other than something free and ambitious and optimistic, because that is the very nature of why we're all here. But I would say it's now is an opportunity for a clear path where Europe can lead, as Alicia said, to build that trust, to be the leaders globally, rather than to fall back from some of the ambition and then have others lead, and perhaps not have then the leading push reflect all the European values. I mean, Sky has been, I think, at the last few congresses calling for quite a few of the different proposals that are now in front. We're very happy that they are here. The previous commission touched around the edges of a lot of the digital policies, some useful things, some small things to build up. But where we are today is at a key moment where regulation can finally catch up in many ways, now that the sectors have matured and have become the sector, the world that every company needs to engage with. So what are we looking for here? What are we looking ahead to? Well, we're excited by a lot of the focus on green and green technology. As Henrik said, we're a big content producer, distributor. We're leading in terms of sustainable production. We're the largest commercial news in English across Europe, where we're the only ones with a daily massive focus on climate, on energy, on using our voice to empower people on climate, on what they can do. We're to be net carbon zero very quickly, trying to help others to do so. So that's a very exciting thing that I wouldn't downplay also on the digital space, given it's such an important space now. We're very happy with the initial proposal, which can of course be improved, on the Digital Services Act, which we actually think is a crucial one to look ahead for the next 20 years, for Europe to lead and to create the right climate, as Alicia said, of trust and also of clarity for companies. You know, what we've seen, sorry to pick on you, Jeremy, but we've seen companies like Microsoft have really been trying to play by the rules and to highlight where regulation is needed. And you know, it's not fair that on those things where they're following the rules, they're at a competitive disadvantage compared to others that aren't. You know, there's a chance to help everyone where we are in content, in news with the disinformation work. There's such an opportunity now to actually create something sustainable for companies, for European companies to thrive. The Digital Markets Act to enhance current competition law, to create the connections, between some of the core services for the really big companies. If that's done well, that can help create clarity for the biggest companies, what they can do well, how, and that will help create the ambition to grow for the companies competing in some of those spaces, trying to become even more companies like us, where all of our content creation, all of our customers are in Europe. This is an opportunity for us. And so that's why we're so engaged and eager on these files, because this really is, the next few years, a time where Europe has the chance to change, a positive impact on promoting industry, to have a very positive impact on consumers, and to keep society open, free, more positive, while addressing some of the problems that frankly we have all also seen have such a harmful impact on many. So I'll stop there for now, just to say very excited to be here again, and very much looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you for this first round of the very exciting views and insights. And as I think Jeremy said, that we've had 2 years of digital transformation within 2 months. So the topic we are discussing really has become imminent given the pandemic. And I suppose I know we've all had so many experiences of how digitalization has been one of the effects of how it has already changed schools. I mean, and it happened just within a few days. I mean, even an old guy like me has, well, to some degree, learned to master this effect of Zoom meetings and so on. So what we have really, I used to work with education in the OECD, and we were always deploring the lack of digital skills in the European population. And I think we're probably thinking about year-long adult education programs just to achieve a slight bit of what we've achieved during this pandemic. So things have really developed in a very dramatic way. And as Daniel also said, digital life has almost become life, and that's really scary. And let's hope it'll end soon so that we can meet together next year. Peter also mentioned all the aspects about free speech and openness and the relations between digitalization and basic issues, which has been singled out earlier today as one of the main topics of what Alde will focus on in the future. So digitalization really in all these and other respects are very, very important. So thank you for this first round. Now I hope you'll help with sort of narrowing in on a sort of a few more specific aspects of digital development, the effect on economic development, on green transition, and more sort of culturally. And could we start out with, I'm an economist, of course, so I'm very interested in how digitalization affects the economy and different sectors of the economy. So, for instance, could I ask you for some comments on how the economic recovery and the EU Recovery Fund will facilitate the necessary investment to realize the goals of the data transition? The interrelationship between what happens at the EU level and the member states in making the right priorities to realize the goals of economic recovery. Let's take you in the same round as before. So Dieter first.
Thank you, Henrik. And indeed, for me, the digitalization should be the key pillar of our recovery plan. It was actually the European Parliament who fought a lot during the negotiations to get more importance on the digital agenda, because member states wanted to invest more, especially in the green agenda. But I would say that green and digital are also in many ways very interconnected. So I'm very happy to see that we prepared good envelopes for the member states, and I only hope that their recovery plans will meet our expectations, because indeed all about data. The data is lifeblood of our economies. So we need to really help our companies in Europe to have, first of all, the digital single market. Second, to have the right business environment to grow. And also it's something that we touched upon in our previous intervention. It's all about the digital skills, because there is a lot of discussion about the impact of the digitalization on the labor market. And let's be crystal clear that actually the digitalization can have bigger impact than, for instance, all the impacts we are discussing now about the globalization. So we know it now. So we have to really get it right. We need to have the tools to invest to people, that they are ready for the new era of our digital era. We also have to tackle this rural, which we see everywhere in Europe, in every single country. It's all about improving connectivity, but also quality of the internet. It's very nice that we all can have our children at home and follow the schooling from home. But if you don't have internet, if you don't have high-speed internet, so you are cut off of this civilization. So these are the key, I would say, aspects that we need to focus on. I'm very happy that the digital agenda is very high in the recovery plans. From the Brussels point of view, now it's up to the member states to deliver.
Thank you, Dita. Lisa?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with a lot with what Dita has said. And I think that it's really good to also remember that obviously there's a lot of public information, and what we are hoping for, of course, is that this will inevitably spark private investment as well, which in the end is what really matters, because it is the free market that explores where to invest, how, and of course, how much to invest, which is what ultimately will bring about the digital Europe that we desire, and will bring us further with the innovations. So the EU public investment is leveraged by the market, and whether this will ultimately be enough will depend on how much leverage is created and how much potential the created digital world is perceived to have. But I think that it's also good we always think from a private partner, of a public-private partnership perspective. I think that will really help us forward.
Thank you. Jeremy?
No, listen, I would actually echo a lot of what Dita said. I think I like the idea around the skills. I think the priorities of the recovery funds, both on the green transition side, the skilling side, investments in infrastructure, investments in connectivity, we are aligned with that. I think that's exactly where you want to be building for the future. You think about this at that micro level. I always use the example even of my mother during the pandemic, who was a social worker, used to seeing clients face to face. She didn't know what Zoom was, and luckily she had a son that works at Microsoft, and I could tell her about Microsoft Teams and also how Zoom works. But for those in those positions who are signing up for vaccines, who are trying to tap into a job market that has changed post-pandemic and has been changing even pre-pandemic, where can they go to for those type of skills? How is that being implemented at the local level and really at an elementary and middle and high school level? I think there's a difference between some of the priorities at EU level and what needs to happen at national level in order to achieve the same ambition set out in the recovery fund. There's a lot of alignment and there's a lot of agreement. I think those are appropriate. Execution will matter a great deal. It's the rural-urban divide that was mentioned earlier. We want to make sure that these investments in infrastructure and connectivity are getting to those communities that may have been even left out of some of the benefits from digital infrastructure during the pandemic. So I think on the priorities and the monies that have been made available, I think most people think we've gotten it right there. Now it's just to see how we execute on this and how the Commission and others make sure that member states adhere to those priorities so that we emerge from this in a greener economy, a more inclusive economy, and one that's built for some of the next generation technologies of the future that are going to power a lot of that job growth.
Thanks. Daniel?
Yes, I mean, I think I agree with everything that's been said, because I think it's a fairly necessary, logical approach. I'd highlight that, you know, I think it really needs to be a long-term. It's not about a quick fix, because a quick fix won't necessarily be the same strategic investment for the future. And that's where I think I agree on the skills, on focusing on greening every sector possible. This is a big opportunity where you can do something with a vision, but then also let the countries really get involved to focus on the areas where there are gaps. I also agree on the infrastructure point. Obviously, as an internet service provider, mobile phone operator, you know, we think that's extremely important, and we've seen and tried to help those who've needed help. My one point on that would just be to be a little bit careful, because we have seen in some countries there has been a tendency to try to use the infrastructure funding sometimes perhaps to bail out some of the old incumbents, rather than to really look ahead and plan and grow and help that competitive spirit. But otherwise, I really agree with everything that's been said.
Thanks. As I said, I'm an economist, and I was actually thinking along some of the lines which Dieter mentioned just before, by sort of comparing digitalization to what happened with globalization. And actually, before globalization, but we had sort of drastic technological changes in the 60s and 70s. And what we learned from the globalization was that the impact on all of us, aggregate, to some degree, is undisputedly positive. But some people and some sectors tend to lose out. Now, if we look at digitalization, can some of you give us a hint as to what employment sectors will be favored by, or which will suffer more than others? How can we make sure that digitalization is? And I could say that we have a question from Coralia Schultz, who asks, how can young people who might be struggling with unemployment seek to benefit from Europe's digital plans? So what we're talking about here is, I mean, definitely digitalization will impact different people in a different way. But what can we do to ease the pains which we've experienced with globalization? And in hindsight, I think we would all have preferred to be proactive when it comes to the detrimental effect of globalization than what we have been. We could have saved us a lot of problems by that. So what can we do? And for instance, what can we do for the rural areas? And what can we do to make young people threatened by unemployment? How can they benefit from digitalization? Should we take the same round again so that everybody knows when it's their turn? So we'll start with you, Dieter.
To give my place to someone else, but okay, let me start now perhaps. Well, I think it has been already mentioned that the digitalization is happening in every sector of our lives. So we know it also from different figures. So the use of ICT has increased significantly in the last 5 years in more than 90% of workplaces. And it's not about only the office jobs. We are talking about building workers, plant machine operators. Every single profession will require some basic digital skill. And of course, the question is now, first of all, we need to start with the young generation. So whenever I talk to the students in the Czech Republic, I say it has to be part of your basic education of the elementary school. And then we have a generation, maybe I'm also part of the generation, that needs to, follow, needs to invest. And that's perhaps the response to the question from the audience. Well, there are plenty of training that you can take as individual, which you can follow online. So embrace this opportunity, In the Czech Republic, we have an excellent project which is focused on women on maternity leave. It's a project Czechita, so it focuses really on women that are at home and they want to start working, but it's obviously very difficult being a full-time mother and trying to start perhaps a new career. So this project focuses on the fact that women can learn how to start programming, how to create websites, and so these are the things that you can do from at home. So I would encourage all the people that are now thinking, what should I do? I have some free education to your skills, and there are plenty of opportunities today. So just grasp it and embrace it.
Thank you, Licia. I mean, you're welcome just to pass my question on, but I'll take you in a row.
Thank you.
For practical reasons, Licia.
I agree with a lot that Dita has mentioned, and I think that, of course, I think almost every sector will be in some way or form be impacted by digitalization. But of course, it will also create a lot of new jobs. And we spoke about data already. I mean, there's going to be a lot of data management that has to be done, compliance. And probably this will require reskilling or upskilling. But I think that Dita said it very well. You should invest in this type of education, and it should start from really a young data management, but also the way that you act in the online world when it comes to platforms or other ways. I think it would be really good if children would have a good education when it comes to digital skills.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yes, I think I would come back to the point that we talked about earlier in terms of the rural versus urban. Making sure these communities have access to connectivity that's going to support and be sufficient for the applications of the future. They can't do much to benefit from all the exciting technologies and the ways of staying connected, and even some of the exciting stories that we hear from customers in the agriculture sector in particular, without connectivity. And there'll be different solutions for that connectivity. So as policymakers, I think there's, a need perhaps to look at, what's the best way to deliver that? And we look from an all of the above set of solutions. Some solutions can be delivered more easily than others, depending on the needs of certain regions and certain geographies. That those who were left disconnected during the pandemic, lesson learned, and that if something, God forbid, were to happen again and the next crisis were to happen, that everyone's better prepared for that and connected more sufficiently. So I think the connectivity emphasis is certainly one of the biggest priorities that we have for those rural communities. But we could stick on the same line and talk about the skills once again. That matters, wherever, regardless of where you live. And I think these are lifelong learning commitments. Education at the childhood level, from elementary to middle to high school to college, of course, making sure that we're incorporating some of those digital skills of the future into national curricula. I think that's a fairly obvious point, but we also want to make sure that everyone has access to continuing to skill up throughout their life. The estimates are that people are changing careers now more than ever before. And if each of these sectors are digitally transforming, it'll actually be some of the digital skills that would be able to be transported from one type of career or job to another. And we want to make sure that everyone has access to that, not just while Dita mentioned a lot of the access to online learning. We're really excited about that. And as part of our commitment to the millions of jobs that we estimate to be displaced by the pandemic, we have released and added a lot to the LinkedIn course curricula and the MS Learning channel, discounted programs, free programs that people can take to procure certificates that will help for that next job. And you can also use these tools to identify what type of jobs are people looking for? What are the skills that I need if I were to get one of those jobs? And it's also helpful for policymakers to better understand what type of skills and jobs are people looking for in my area? Where are we lacking some of that skills talent right now? What type of investments could we make to attract more of that, or to make sure that our local communities and our children are learning those from the get-go, and our elderly communities have systems in place to be able to access those type of skills. So connectivity and skills, I think, are the easiest way to answer that question. Of course, the devil is in the details, but I think at least the recovery fund, we would certainly agree with that.
Thank you, and they are definitely very concrete things to think about in the situation where we are now. Let's turn on to Daniel.
Yeah, first, LinkedIn Learning is fantastic, I gotta say. I've had a lot of time to try, and it's great. I think that's sort of the question, to make that kind of thing more accessible to everyone, and maybe to the people who don't look around LinkedIn anyway. I agree with everything that's been said. The only point I'd make is, beyond just the skills and the training and the education, it's to look from the diversity point of view, to see how we can bring in demographics that perhaps have felt less included. We're doing that in many ways on the TV and broadcasting side, in front of the screen, behind the screen, bringing more diverse voices, because by bringing those more diverse voices to the fore, you're then inspiring and motivating their voices represented less. And I think it really is also a motivation thing mixed in with the connectivity, the skills, and the opportunity. So that's the only thing I'd add to the comments.
Thank you so much. Actually, we have a very good question in relation to the area which we're touching on now. Just to warn you, let's change the order of speakers so that we'll start with Daniel the next round. We have a question from Benjamin Estrada, who asks, what are the speakers' thoughts of the work of the European Parliament work on the right to disconnect? It's nice to be able to work and go to school from home, but these changes make it challenging to find balance. And I think this is, speaking of the discussion in my own country, I think you had some people found it very, very attractive to be able to work from home, because it allowed you a very high degree of flexibility in the way you plan your life. Decided to save a lot of office space, because then they can use the home space of the employees. I used to work a lot with working environment, health and working environment, and this has, as the pandemic has dragged on, we are starting to see problems with people working in a very bad form from home. So this right to disconnect and demand the right to go to the office or to come to the workplace. What are your feelings on this? And as I said, let's start with Daniel this time.
I mean, it's a fascinating question, because within our company and then within our wider group, we're having exactly that discussion. You know, we're looking at what hybrid working has been or has been forced to be, what it should be, and what it should be to have a positive impact. We see it as a possibility to allow a generation and group of people to come work with us who maybe haven't had the chance before, whether it's people with mobility issues who can do more from home, whether it's a distance question. So there's so many opportunities. But for example, if I look at my team are itching to get back to the office, to have that camaraderie, to have that human connection. I would kill to be surrounded with people again in a safe environment, to be able to interact. And you're absolutely right. We've seen such a shocking rise in mental health issues and domestic violence issues, which cannot be ignored. I don't think anyone has a perfect answer to that yet. everyone needs to try to come up with a solution that can work for people in different circumstances. If you have kids and you have found a way to use the pandemic to also see your kids more, that's a net positive. If you're living alone in a small apartment and you literally couldn't leave your home, and that's your future, obviously that's going to have a very negative impact on your health. So it's not an answer, but it is indeed going to be a fundamental question for employers in the next few years, and also for employees. We're setting up big discussions, roundtables, consultations with staff, and we know also that it will be very different depending on the location, depending on the type of work, depending on how much they need to be seeing people, and depending on the personal circumstance. But everyone should have the right and the ability to go to the office to do their job. The flip side is the pandemic has shown us that there are potential positives for a wonderful improvement to work life for many as well. And then the key, going back to the previous question, is how to make that a reality, not just for the most, but to make that a possibility for everyone.
Jeremy, surely you must have had considerations about this in Microsoft as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, we have learned a lot from this pandemic, both from our own employees and from our customers. We're an enterprise business at the end of the day. We're providing these communications platforms, these digital tools to businesses all over the world. And this pandemic has been a big learning moment about that. As Daniel said, there's not a perfect solution here, I think, but one of the learnings I've had individually, I know that Microsoft has had, many of our customers have had. If you look at the way the first few weeks of the lockdowns were and everything moving digital, all of us, the screen time, learning how to use these tools. If you look at some of the features that we've rolled out since then, I think it's really reflective of what we've learned from the ways that people are using these pieces of software. So this is my limited perspective based from Microsoft, but in terms of some of the concrete learnings, first of all, everyone's situation is unique. There are teams that moving forward will know that they can achieve just as much by maybe being able to work remotely and use some of these tools that have consistently improved. There are other teams and other jobs where that human contact is going to remain necessary. But in terms of staying connected and being online, we've also looked at a lot of the impacts on productivity that has had, and I mean negative impacts. And again, these are small things, but I look at the fact that from the beginning of the pandemic to now, I am using features in Microsoft Outlook that I didn't use before, where thanks to some of these technologies like artificial intelligence and personal assistants that are rolled out, I have the software to identify gaps in my calendar that are efficient so that I can schedule time to take a break, to focus only on emails and not be disturbed by chat messages from colleagues and others, blocking out time to also catch up, making sure through some people work better at different times of the day, especially when you're juggling things in the context of a confinement. We've provided tools that are incorporated into Microsoft Teams that if I prefer sending emails from 10 to midnight, I can still do that, but ensure that my team only receives those emails during their operating hours that they have managed to set so that they're balancing their work-life balance even better and it's more attuned to their own personal needs. So a lot of the features that I think we've rolled out, particularly in an office context and our Outlook services, are really reflective of some of the learnings that we've had. A back-to-back day of digital meetings is much different than being able to run from one meeting room to the next and at least have that breather in a hallway, talk to somebody in the elevator, maybe see the sunshine. But when you close one window and open another, and you do that all day, you're not only going to have eyesight issues, I certainly experienced that, but you're going to just start to become less productive. You need to have those breaks. We can't solve that problem on our own, but recognizing how important it is to disconnect and providing some of the tools to make it a little bit easier, at least insofar as we have a role in that. It's certainly been a big learning, and I think the products and services that we're rolling out that I think will be here to stay reflect a lot of those learnings and will shape a lot of the way we work in the future.
Thank you. Lisa and Disa, would you like to say something from the perspective of the European Parliament about the right to disconnect, Lisa?
Yeah, sure. I think this is a great question. And you can even see that also, of course, in the European Parliament, where people are traveling back and forth between their member state and Brussels, everything has changed. It was a real game changer because all of a sudden we were able to have meetings from Monday early to, well, Friday, maybe on the weekends, and just nonstop. I think Jeremy talked about it quite well in how that can influence your day, your mental health. So the right to disconnect, I think, is very important. But what I really liked about what Daniel and Jeremy both said is that this is also a discussion that needs to happen within companies and within society. And how do we feel? How do we think that a work balance should look like? And I don't necessarily think that that should start with legislation. You could also see, you know, how it is working out. There are companies, for example, that just don't send any emails in their system after 6 o'clock, I think. These companies exist, and obviously we have to make sure that everyone has that opportunity. Having said that, I don't even know how I can provide that opportunity to my own team, because in European Parliament you have meetings still very late in the evening. So you know, it also has to be, it has to be a possibility in where I think it is very good to have the dialogue and the discussion, and then come up with a common view on what a work-life balance should look like.
Thank you, Dieter.
Very briefly, I'm now in a luxury situation because I can say that everything has been said already. But from the political side, I would say it's not a new topic. It has been here and coming up in the discussions over the last 7 years. But of course, due to the pandemic, it has become the topic that people are interested more and more. Because we know even now, when we are trying to get more and more to a normal life, that still we have like 30% people still working from at home. And from the reports and different statistics, what we are being told is that those people, they work more than if they were in the offices. They work etc. Jeremy also explained it on his own example. So we have to find the right balance between having these flexibilities on one hand, but also guarantee the right of the employee to have their free time. And it's a challenge. I agree with Risha that it's not up to, I would say, EU legislation to come up with some brilliant ideas how to do it. But I do consider it an important political topic. And I always, in such situation, recommend the companies to take the leadership with voluntary measures and start to tackle it, because it's an issue, and sooner you find the solution to it, better.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to turn to another issue. We have a couple of issues more, which it would be nice to cover in the last half hour. But I'll turn to an incredibly large area. Short and precise answer. It is also sparked from a question by Sarah Louise Easton, who asks, it seems that technology and data are a bit at odds with environmental protection and conservation. How can we make sure that the technology that will push Europe further actually helps the environment? I could also phrase the question sort of very simply. We are practical persons, so do things point one way or the other. When it comes to digital transition and green transition, what are the relations between those two developments? Can we be sure, or how can we be sure, that digitalization and green transition goes hand in hand? And are there any dangers we should be aware of, apart from the production of bitcoins, which cause a lot of this carbon dioxide production? But if we want to move faster toward will digitalization be a help or an opponent? Let's stick to the order before. So let's start with Daniel again.
Thank you. No, I mean, obviously, I think technology is crucial. I think we were one of the first companies to announce that we were going to be net carbon zero by 2030, I believe. And underpinning that is the technology to look at everything we have done to optimize, to figure out where there's waste, where there's things happening that shouldn't be. Then there's technology to help fix the problems, whether it's in manufacturing, whether it's on energy, whether it's on the vehicles we use. So there's a huge potential for help. The fact is there are certain things that, you know, are unavoidable. So you need to find electricity and power. Like in the country, how can you optimize that? How can you work with it? You know, we've done audits of the energy use of both our devices and the streaming. You know, and often the biggest question is the energy grid, not necessarily the technology. Now, obviously, we're not a massive physical producer. We don't also operate, you know, the biggest data centers. So each company has a different footprint with different solutions. But the fact is the technology plays a massive role in finding and fixing them. I'll stop there because I think others probably have way more to say.
Yeah, Jeremy.
No, listen, this is something that I'm very proud of Microsoft's announcement a year ago that, you know, we've recognized this challenge and our sector's, you know, contribution to it, both negative and positive. You know, Microsoft was very proud to announce over a year ago that we will be carbon negative by 2030. And by 2050, we will have removed all of the carbon that we've produced since the proposal to really practice what we preach here. But I think one of the other exciting things, and I spend a lot of time on this, is, you know, how can technology contribute to this in a positive way? The type of data that we can provide and share with one another to make better climate decisions, both about private investment and from a policymaker perspective. You know, this is not, in most instances, personal data. This is, you know, emissions data from around the world that we can tap into, that scientists and researchers from across the world can attack this challenge together. It's not just one country's issue, but it really is a global issue. So I do think the importance of data to that is a really good case study in where some of the things recognized in the European strategy for data, in fact, could go a long way towards achieving this. If we talk about that common data space within the context of a Green Deal, you know, making sure that there's opportunities to collaborate there on what we're learning from around the world towards a common objective. I think we look at the positive, where technology can contribute. And of course, we all have responsibilities, but there'll be an accountability for everyone on this. And I think that's how we're trying to contribute.
Thank you. Lisa?
Yeah, I fully agree with Jeremy. And I think that data and AI really can create huge opportunities for the cleaner management of cities. So when it comes to traffic, when it comes to energy, waste or water management, I think in the Netherlands now a subject of great importance are buildings. Housing and buildings right now contribute to, I think, 40% of EU energy consumption. And but there are, you know, now becoming building automatic systems that can really decrease those emissions by 30%. And I think that we can really reap from all the opportunities that AI and data flow can present. So I don't, obviously you have the footprint of data centers. I think Daniel addressed that. And that is an issue that we have to address and needs to be solved. But yeah, I'm an optimist in this sense. So I see a lot of opportunities here for Europe as well to become a front runner when it comes to these solutions.
Lisa?
Everything has been said. I would say both our key priorities that the European Union has set up, which is the digital and green transition, they go hand in hand. And I would even go further, and I would say that the digital technologies will be crucial for our green transition. It has been said already why that all the data AI that will help us to make better decision-making process, that will influence the analysis, but Tisha mentioned smart cities, automated vehicles, in connectivity, but also such small things like extending the lifetime of the smartphones. You know, so everything is interconnected, and we need the digital technology if we really want to meet our green targets.
Thank you, Dieter. That was a very clear answer. And from that, I'll give you the first answer to the next question, because now we're moving into a different arena, sort of more cultural or political. Jack Watts asked, if I'm sharing my data online, how can I be certain that my information is safe, especially with cross-border data sharing? And that really touches on the very big issue, which I'm sure that millions of our citizens are concerned about. How can I be sure that, how can I be safe from somebody being able to exploit the things that I put on the net, the data I use? What kind of protection can we give the European citizens? And what's the role of the EU, and what's the role of the individual countries? So let's start with Dieter now.
And now we can spend the rest of our Friday's evening to answering your questions.
And you have 2 minutes.
No, but let me be very clear. When it comes to the data in the European Union, I think we must be all very proud, because we managed to set up rules, GDPR rules, that I think everybody in every single village, even in my country, they know this GDPR. They perhaps don't know what this abbreviation stands for, but they know that it's something that protects me. And since we have it, and we have it as a European law that is applied in the Union, we can have this free flow of data. And I worked a lot on this legislation during the last mandate, and everything is connected. So if I have my data saved in my country, in the Czech Republic, and I know that Germany and Denmark and Sweden and Spain, they follow the same rules for how to protect my personal data. So my data is saved also in these countries. It's simple as it is. So I think we as Europeans are aware of the fact that people are afraid what is happening with the data, and this topic comes up every time we discuss AI, automated vehicles, everything. The first question is, but what's going to happen with my data? And as I said, we managed to set up very clear rules, GDPR rules, that are applied. We are looking whether we need to perhaps fix it even more, but we have a guarantee now. Kind of response to your very broad question. You yes. Ask, how can I be safe on the internet? I think it's larger context. I work a lot on the question of safer internet for children, which is something a little bit different, where we again need a lot of education. We need to work with children so they understand how this internet online world works, that whatever I post online, it will stay there forever, and also how to deal with the situation that especially children faces in the digital world. So, but this is something where we need to really invest as politicians a lot of our energy in explaining, especially, as I said, a young generation, how to make internet free and open, but at the same time safe. But it's also our responsibility as to only give the advices that I got when I was a children, but now we have to enlarge the advices to our children on how to actually live online.
Super. Lisa, would you add something to that?
Yeah, I think what Dieter said as Europeans, when we can be really proud of the GDPR, the only thing is that I think as important as having good rules, having for privacy, is also the enforcement. And I think that that is something that it now lacks here and there, and that is something that member states as well as European Commission should really work on, because you can have great rules, but if they're not being followed, then, or if your data is sold to a third party, even though it should not be able to, then there's still a problem. So I think I understand these worries, and working on, and if there's going to be an evaluation, and how we can work on the enforcement as well.
Thanks. Jeremy?
Yeah, listen, I think we've gotten to a good situation when companies are now competing to make sure that these services and the data, and particularly in the context of a cloud provider, that we're protecting our customers' data better than the next guy. We think that's a market dynamic that already recognizes a lot of what's being driven through the regulatory approaches. And I think the real challenge with this is the fact that, you know, data in a border context is a lot different than if we're talking about shipping goods and products across borders. We can have custom rules there. We can, you know, come up with country of origin type approaches. There's all different types of things we can do with data. The way that that's changing, the way that that's being used, you know, there's so much technology that's exciting to be able to reinforce things like data localization, being able to do more. The efficiencies that can be gained through a freer flow of data is something that I think we're all aware of, and we want to make sure it remains there and remains possible. When we get into different ways that different jurisdictions may approach and protect that data, that's when I think we do run into the challenges. So I think as citizens, we need to call upon policymakers to have more of these intergovernmental discussions to come up with the types of agreements and arrangements that provide certainty and a bit of a balance between different values that may be out there, so that we see a norm emerge, so that local rules are much, much more aligned with a common standard that we have ideally across the globe, ultimately. Because when we get into it, how do we talk about keeping things safe? You know, it depends a lot on the context. You know, Dita mentioned online child safety. You know, that's different than, requires a different set of solutions than talking about industrial data and protection of trade secrets and IP. We're going to have different discussions on that in a lot of different contexts. When we talk about law enforcement access to around the world, look into that. When we talk about using data in certain ways, you know, what type of control do I lose over that? What type of purposes are people processing my data that I may have given them permission for in the first place, but they may have a new great idea that they want to do with it later, but that wasn't what I signed up for. I think what's good about this, and where the challenge is, though, is we talk about the benefits of data sharing. We talk about the ways that collaboration can really lead to great outcomes. We genuinely believe those companies that are going to be most successful in the future are those that are most open. I think it's going to be really hard for any company to be successful at artificial intelligence relying only on their own data. You're going to have to work with others. You're going to have to find ways to share data and tap into the best talent wherever that might be. That can be a good thing. But it'll be those regulatory challenges that we run up against when different jurisdictions and different corners of the world definitely take different approaches to that. We start to miss out on the opportunity.
Right, Daniel?
We're now in a place where companies are really trying to differentiate themselves by the protection and the safety on data. And that sort of goes back to the point I was making at the very beginning, where we think a lot of the rules create the clarity, the trust, and then the actual added value for companies who know then how they can work, how they can operate to do the right things. And it's the point I was making about some of the files that have been proposed now, whether it's on green, but also on the Digital Services Act, the Digital Markets Act, where we have that opportunity for the wider ecosystem, for the wider online space and business and business practices, where you can actually create a better climate of trust with clear rules so that everyone knows what the minimum requirements are. And then you can, again, do better and have that as your competitive advantage, rather than doing the right thing, being a unfortunately is the case right now with a lot of big online platforms.
Thanks a lot. I think we've come to the last issue which we can cover, and it has also been touched on by an anonymous question from somebody watching asking, how do we continue with rapid technological development while upholding democracy and fighting disinformation? And actually what I was going to ask Jeremy and Daniel was that how can technology companies and online platforms, how can they help the fight against disinformation and its negative impact? What sort of responsibility do you have, and what can you do? And similarly to Dita and Licia, what can we do through the Digital Services Act and other legislation to make sure that we are not all sort of being kidnapped by fake news? First, the company view. Should we start with you, Daniel?
Thank you. Approach it from the point of view.
So I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So we approach it from the point of view of a news company, but then also a content creator, and then also a company trying very hard to protect children online. And I think the fundamental point is that you need to responsibilize a lot of the biggest companies, but then also some of the smaller ones that can do harm. We see the Digital Services Act as being an opportunity to do that. One of the ways to do that is to create better tools to have those that know the content work with the platforms in a very structured, clear way to remove content that shouldn't be there. Whether, you know, we saw some very positive developments on the terrorist content regulation to take down terrorist content. We just saw the parliament, including a vast majority of the Alde MEPs vote for an own initiative report talking about removing illegal sports piracy within 30 minutes. On tackling disinformation, these are steps. But what is needed, though, fundamentally from our point of view, is to flip the burden, where a lot of the platforms are doing everything they can, either not to know what's going on, even on an active platform, or to then sort of pass the buck a little bit and use arguments to avoid responsibility or liability. So we actually think that the Digital Services Act is an opportunity to say, wait a minute, these things are happening. You can find out that they're happening. Technology can help you find that they're happening. Partners such as ourselves can work with you, as we already do, to find out that these things are happening. We can automatically remove a lot of these things that are very clearly identifiable with no loss to anyone, and then a massive benefit to then those who can find real, clear, fact-checked news, who can find legitimate sources somehow horribly have a really inappropriate ad or something added to the video, or comments that are exploitative of children that can be added in. The system, there's already the technology within the system to make it safe and sustainable. But unfortunately, right now, companies have not been incentivized in many cases to do that final step. And that's where we think legislation can help, by creating that minimum trust. And again, as a heavily regulated company, whether it's in broadcasting, news, as an ISP, we know that that is completely possible and feasible without having any negative impact on freedom of speech or anything else that is so fundamental to the experience. And that's exactly what we are looking to the EU to help achieve in the next few years. And we're optimistic. It's not always going to be easy because there's huge questions. A group to really put forward a liberal mindset that makes sense across the board. So that's the very short answer.
Thank you for a very short answer. And a similar short answer from you, Jeremy?
Yes, listen, I can make it even shorter. I think that, you know, we all have a responsibility here, but responsibilities, kind of need to be aligned to where the problems are and where your role in the chain or where your role in the stack, as we talk about it, sometimes comes to, each company can do something, but at the same time, when we're talking about disinformation and illegal content or hateful content, once again, we come back to this jurisdictional question that there are different rules in different countries around that. I think companies have an obligation to follow the law, and policymakers have an obligation to make the law and make those clear. We're doing a lot in that space, and we can contribute from the perspective that we have and the position that we sit in to provide new technologies that can help do things like Microsoft Video Authenticator that, view is real or fake, making that available on a wider basis for more people to tap into. Our partnership with NewsGuard that we incorporate into our browser and into our search engine so people can see whether certain websites and certain news sources meet certain criteria that can be deemed to be more reliable or less reliable. But it's a delicate balancing act, right? Some of this gets very subjective at times, certainly from one region to the next. So I think policymakers have a lot more legitimacy in setting that line than companies do. But we all do have a responsibility to contribute here. And I think we can really tailor that to where we're best placed in the system and where skill sets reside.
Super, thank you, Jeremy. Lisa?
Yes, I think this is a great question because I think disinformation is a real threat could be a real threat to our societies. It's not about an individual post or a tweet. It's more about a structural, organized and our digital platforms. And as a result, for example, the willingness to get vaccinated really dropped extremely only by this fake news. So I do think that this is really an issue that needs to be addressed. I fully agree with Jeremy that this is a balancing act because, for starters, everything that's illegal offline should also be illegal online. But then you're not set yet. And I think that the DSA does give more clarity to a large extent to companies, but still some things unclarities remain, and I think that that's what we're working on right now with amendments in the coming weeks to make sure that this is legislation that is really something that platforms and digital companies can work with.
Thanks. Lisa?
Well, I think we can have again long discussion on this topic, and this is in the European Parliament on the Digital Services Act. It's much easier for us to tackle illegal content because what is illegal on offline is illegal online. When it comes to harmful content, then what is harmful in one country might not be harmful in another country. So here we come with the first problem. The second problem is actually how to do it. How to do it to avoid the extreme situation that we will censorship the information. I'm very sensitive to these issues coming from the country where I grew up during the communist regime. I don't want my government to tell me what I will see online. So we have to find the right balance. And I think this is really the key that you will hear more every time we will discuss these issues. I think it's a lot about the responsibility that comes with especially the big and Daniel said it, there are already first steps being taken. And I think these steps has to be taken in partnership with the legislators. So we have to find together the best tool how to do it. If there is some magic formula, which we tried with the voluntary measures, and they worked well, so it's fine. But we know that there are some blank places which we still need to address. But I would like to do it with the companies, but also with the society, because as I said, I want to avoid a situation where we will end up with monitoring content, with censorship online. That has to be avoided.
Thank you, Dita. Now we come to the end. And I must say, we've had 1.5 hours of incredibly interesting conversation, and I thank you all for your contribution. And I feel that we could have gone on for another 1.5 hours because we'll do that some other day. But thank you so much. And thank you also to those who have been listening and to those who have been asking questions. It has shown, the questions has shown what you have been touching on have been really relevant to those watching. So thank you also for that. And thank you for those asking questions. I would like to put a special thanks to Microsoft and Sky for your continued partnership with the Alde Party. And I look forward perhaps to seeing you live at the next Congress. I can tell you that just before we went on here, I saw on the news that the Danish government has decided that in 2 weeks' time, Danes can travel all over the EU. If you want us, that's another question. We'll see. But thank you so much for this discussion. And I'll hand over the end of the meeting to Laura in the studio, who'll wrap it all up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Henrik. Fantastic panel of speakers as well. It's up to me to close the event then, and as Henrik said, an hour and a half goes really quickly when we're talking about all of these things. We've touched on a lot of topics, but rest assured that this conversation isn't over in an hour and a half. We'll continue working with our politicians, with our corporate partners, with everyone to get them involved in this conversation and to really push Europe further through the digital policy. So thanks once again for joining online. Thank you to our panelists, and it's goodbye from the studio.